एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 13th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव सेशन, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन इस वीक का। स्टार्ट करते हैं। फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे थोड़ा सा बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। ऊपर एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है, दो बार वहाँ रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है। दिस अ थर्ड टाइम प्राइस आ रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड है, ज़्यादा नहीं। तो एक थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी में फिर वापस सेलिंग करेंगे। ओवरऑल भी बुलिश मान सकते हो, बट थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग हायर लेवल से आती रहेगी। नीचे सपोर्ट हमारे पास इंटैक्ट ही है। लेट्स सी फिर से कोई नया सपोर्ट क्रिएट होता है तो। नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम गाइस। लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। ब्रेकआउट हुआ अबव 6043 के ऊपर, तो फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। बाकी डेटा की बात करें तो कोई डेटा शेड्यूल तो नहीं है आज के दिन। देयर इज नो डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे। 7 की मीटिंग है, उसके अलावा और कोई खास डेटा शेड्यूल नहीं है आज फिलहाल के लिए, ध्यान रखना। कि गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी साइडवेज ही पड़े हुए हैं। कल सपोर्ट पे क्लोज हुए थे बट कुछ खास मूव किया नहीं है इंट्राडे में 15 में टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस भी थोड़ा सा साइडवेज ही है। कल एक ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट किया तो था, थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम भी आया, बट अभी इंट्राडे बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज चल रहा है राइट नाउ। ठीक है, थोड़ी देर पहले एक न्यूज आई थी रिगार्डिंग द रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर। रशिया ने फिर से कई ज़्यादा मिसाइल्स वहाँ पर पाउंड की हैं। एंड एक स्टेटमेंट, स्टेटमेंट तो नहीं कह सकते हैं, न्यूज़ थी फ्रॉम ट्रम्प की जो टीम है फिलहाल के लिए, कि ईरान को न्यूक्लियर वेपन बनाने से रोकने के लिए अगर उन्हें एयर स्ट्राइक भी करना पड़ेगा तो वो करेंगे। सो दैट इज द बिग न्यूज़ और स्टेटमेंट कह सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, नेचुरल गैस ऑन देयर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया राइट नाउ इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। टू 95 96 रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। सेलिंग में हो बने रहो, रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे है, सेलिंग ही चल रही है नेचुरल गैस में, बाइंग अभी है नहीं। बाइंग या तो ब्रेकआउट होगा 299 के ऊपर कहीं, फिर देखेंगे, या फिर नीचे एक सपोर्ट एरिया है। अप्रोक्सीमेटली 286 87 के अराउंड वहाँ कहीं आएगा, तब बाइंग का प्लान रखना नहीं था। तो नेचुरल गैस फिलहाल के लिए सेलिंग में ही चल रहा है राइट नाउ इन 15 मिनट। जब तक 284 के ऊपर है नेचुरल गैस है तो बुलिश ही। 284 के नीचे अगर कहीं ब्रेक हो गया, तब थोड़ा सा इंट्राडे में बेरिश हो जाएगा वापस। नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट चार्ट, अरे कहाँ गया यार, एक सेकेंड यार, चार्ट। ओके, आई होप अब शो हो रहा होगा चार्ट। लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट बॉक्स, चार्ट शो हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है। ठीक है, इस रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था, यहाँ नीचे एक सपोर्ट है, यहाँ बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। ये चार्ट आई होप सो हो रहे होंगे क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस के। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ये मत समझना कि बेरिस हो गया, ठीक है। ये अगर 284 के नीचे कहीं चला जाता है, तब थोड़ा सा बेरिस हो सकता है, नहीं तो ये इसी रेंज में रहना चाहिए मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली आज के दिन। और अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ 299 के ऊपर तो और अच्छा मोमेंटम करा देगा अपसाइड पे। अपर लेवल पे रेजिस्टेंस है, थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग हायर लेवल से देखने के लिए मिलेगी। नीचे सपोर्ट है, लेट्स सी सपोर्ट एरिया पे वापस बाइंग देखने के लिए मिलती है तो ओवरऑल व्यू बुलिश ही है, अनटिल अनलेस प्राइस कहीं 5950 940 के नीचे ट्रेड करना स्टार्ट नहीं करता 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। 15 20 25 सेबी की ओर से एक नोटिफिकेशन आया था रिगार्डिंग द एल्गो ट्रेडिंग। अभी फिलहाल के लिए जो एल्गो ट्रेडिंग होती है उस पे थोड़ा सा मार्केट मैनिपुलेशन कम हो, इसलिए अब जो भी लोग एल्गो ट्रेडिंग ब्रोकर्स कराते हैं वो पहले सेबी को बताएंगे कि हम एल्गो ट्रेडिंग करा रहे हैं, एंड देन उसके बाद ही वो अलाउ कर सकते हैं। ये एक नया सर्कुलर आने वाला है मार्केट मैनिपुलेशन को थोड़ा कम करने के लिए, विच इज आई थिंक गुड। एल्गो में कई बार कंटिन्यूअसली अगर एसएल जाते हैं तो फिर वो गिरते ही चले जाते हैं। ग्रेट। आई थिंक यूके का भी आज जीडीपी का डेटा आया था, एक्सपेक्टेड था प्लस 0.1 आएगा, बट 2 कंसेक्यूटिव क्वार्टर्स में आई थिंक नेगेटिव में चली गई है उनकी इकोनॉमी। एक कंसेक्यूटिव क्वार्टर और नेगेटिव गया तो रिसेशन में चला जाएगा। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी साइज का ध्यान रखना। अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत उठाना, ठीक है। तो ठीक है, क्रूड नीचे कहाँ तक आएगा रेजिस्टेंस से सेल किया, रेजिस्टेंस पे थोड़ा सा आया नहीं है एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे ना। कॉस्ट पर डाल दो, चंद चांस सेव लीजिए, अगर वहां से सेल किया हुआ है थोड़ा सा ऊपर वापस आएगा तो थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल से सेल करना। नीचे ये जो आपका कल का रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेकआउट हुआ है वहां पर फिलहाल के लिए थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा, यहाँ पर ये 5984 पे अगर यहाँ थोड़ा सा क्लोजिंग दे देता है तब फिर आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो इसके नीचे अगर कहीं क्लोजिंग दे तब फिर ये डे लो के आसपास कहीं जाएगा। थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं है वो, तो थोड़ा सा एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख सकते हो, अगर ये ब्रेक करके सस्टेन कर गया नीचे 5984 के नीचे तो फिर डे लो। Yes, this news, Donald Trump teams weigh options, including air strikes to stop Iran's nuclear program. Very big statement. SEBI announced that brokers must obtain permission from exchanges before offering algorithmic trading services to clients. As SEBI is set to review and refine the regulatory framework surrounding algorithmic trading to enhance market integrity and investor protection. कोई डेटा नहीं है आज, ध्यान रखना। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की अभी ओपनिंग होगी 6:30 पे, वो एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रहेगा। एंड देन यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग। वैसे फ्राइडे को थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट मूव तो करता ही है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर, मैंने जितना नोटिस किया है। तो गोल्ड और सिल्वर में शायद थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम होना तो चाहिए। नेक्स्ट वीक आपका एफओएमसी के रेट कट का डिसीजन भी आएगा, तो ध्यान रखना। नेक्स्ट वीक एफओएमसी रेट कट का डिसीजन भी है। नेचुरल गैस में सपोर्ट अच्छा है, नीचे आएगा तो वहां पर एक बाइंग अच्छी होनी चाहिए। क्रूड ऑयल तो बस घूम ही रहा है यहाँ पर। ओवरऑल क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू बुलिश ही है, ध्यान रखना। थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग जरूर आएगी, बट ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है जब तक प्राइस लो लो बनाना स्टार्ट नहीं करता, एटलीस्ट 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। बाकी वीकली एनालिसिस कल करेंगे, सो डोंट फॉरगेट टू जॉइन टुमारो फॉर वीकली एनालिसिस फॉर निफ्टी, बैंक निफ्टी एंड कमोडिटी मार्केट एज वेल।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on the suspect accused of killing United Health Group executive Brian Thompson, and Bloomberg's John Tucker is here with that. John.
And good morning, Nathan. United Health Group says suspected gunman Luigi Mangione wasn't a member of its insurance plans. That seems to dispel the idea he was allegedly motivated by a grievance from his personal experience with the nation's largest health insurer. In the meantime, prosecutors now bringing evidence before a grand jury was seeking an indictment to strengthen their case for his extradition to New York. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
We will get the defendant here.
Mangione fighting extradition to New York, where he's facing murder charges. Since the shooting, people speculated about whether the gunman was a customer upset over a denied medical claim or other insurance problem. Mangione's own history of back pain and surgery, revealed in online postings and reporting from people who spent time with him, prompted questions about how his experience with the medical system might have driven him to violence. It appears that his grievances were more broad-based. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, we turn to politics now, and President-elect Trump has voiced support for the dock workers union as the union considers whether to strike again. We get more with Bloomberg's Doug Krisner.
Back in October, the union shut ports on the East and Gulf Coast until the Biden administration helped negotiate a temporary deal to keep those ports open. Now, that agreement between the union and shipping companies and terminal operators expires on January 15th, and the use of semi-automated cranes has yet to be resolved. After meeting with union leaders, Trump said the amount of money saved is nowhere near the distress, hurt, and harm it causes American workers. The employers group has said the technology does not harm longshore employment, and such modernization is necessary to keep U.S. ports and the broad economy competitive. In New York, I'm Doug Krisner, Bloomberg Radio.
Doug, thank you. President-elect Trump may have a tax break in mind for residents of high-tax states like New York and New Jersey. Trump's economic advisors have discussed doubling the deduction for state and local taxes known as SALT from $10,000 to $20,000. Stephen Moore sits on Trump's economic team. He tells Bloomberg they wouldn't lift the cap entirely because that would amount to what he calls the biggest tax cut ever for millionaires and billionaires. Bloomberg Government's Kate Ackley says any change to the SALT deduction could be tough to get through a narrowly divided Congress.
This is going to be extremely narrow margins. There are going to be times when the Republicans are down, a few votes because people are going into the Trump administration. So, it's going to be a nail biter, and this will definitely be at the top of the list of things that they're wrangling over.
Bloomberg Government's Kate Ackley notes it was then President Trump's 2017 tax law that limited the SALT deduction to $10,000.
Meanwhile, Nathan, President-elect Trump's team may be looking to take an axe to bank regulation. According to a report in the Wall Street Journal, officials from Trump's Department of Government Efficiency have talked about shrinking, merging, or even eliminating agencies like the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. Any proposal to get rid of an agency would need congressional approval. Bank executives are hopeful the Trump administration will ease regulations on capital requirements and consumer protections, but touching federal deposit insurance could be politically tricky.
Karen, President-elect Trump had a chance to tout his economic plans during a visit to the New York Stock Exchange.
We're cutting your taxes. We're going to cut them very substantially. We got them down to 21% from probably 42 or 44%, depending on where you are. And we got them down to 21. Everyone said that was a miracle. Now we're getting them down to 15, but only if you make your product here. Otherwise, you pay 21, which is not bad. It's in the middle of the pack.
The president-elect rang the opening bell on Wall Street to celebrate being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year. He told CNBC he sees the market as a gauge of his success. In his words, quote, "To me, the stock market is all of it."
Well, Nathan, another high-tech giant is donating to President-elect Donald Trump's inaugural fund. Amazon is joining Meta Platforms and contributing $1 million. Besides the direct donation, Amazon's also streaming the inauguration as an in-kind donation worth $1 million. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is also meeting with Trump next week.
Elon Musk is renewing his long-standing feud with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Karen, he posted a letter saying the agency is investigating his brain-computer interface company, Neuralink. The letter also says the SEC is preparing to take action against Musk related to his investment in Twitter before he bought the platform in 2022. The regulator's been examining the timing and disclosure of Musk's purchase of Twitter stock before that acquisition. The letter says the agency gave him a 48-hour deadline to accept a settlement over the probe or face enforcement action. SEC has declined to comment.
Meanwhile, Nathan Cantor Fitzgerald's Howard Lutnick has agreed to pay almost $7 million to settle SEC allegations that it misled investors in two blank check firms before their stock market debuts. The firm controlled two special purpose acquisition companies that raised $750 million. Cantor claimed they hadn't had substantive talks with potential merger targets, when in reality, the SEC says they started negotiations. The firm settled without admitting to or denying the allegations.
Keeping an eye on politics overseas, Karen, where French President Emmanuel Macron is due to name a new prime minister this morning. Macron missed his self-imposed deadline to replace Michel Barnier, whose government was ousted last week in a no-confidence vote after just 3 months in the job. Bloomberg senior editor Phil Serafino in Paris says Macron is aiming to create a centrist coalition.
All the reporting from the past week or so indicates that he's trying to bring the Socialist Party into a coalition of centrist parties, center-left, center-right, and sort of leave the far left and the far right parties out on their own.
Bloomberg's Phil Serafino says France, the European Union's second largest economy, has been plunged into political uncertainty after failing to pass a budget for 2025.
Well, Nathan, the UK economy has unexpectedly shrunk for a second consecutive month, slipping 0.1%. It means the economy has only grown in one of the 4 months since Labour took power, compounding a shaky start since their landslide victory in the July election.
Let's take a look at shares in the U.S., Karen. We're watching Broadcom this morning. They're up 14% in early trading. The chip supplier for Apple and other big tech companies is predicting a boom in demand for its artificial intelligence chips. Investors have piled into Broadcom stock this year, lured by AI optimism. With this morning's gains, Broadcom is up more than 80% this year.
And Nathan, Costco posted quarterly profit that beat expectations. The big box retailer reported more members during the quarter, and about 90% of existing members renewed their service.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
What could you do if your data was working for you and not against?
तो अभी आए हैं, एक बार रिपीट कर देता हूँ फिर से। लाइक कर दो, रिपीट कर दिया। मार्केट को देख लेते हैं। नेचुरल गैस ओवरऑल व्यू बुलिश है, रेजिस्टेंस पे है, नया रेजिस्टेंस बना है, वहां से एक सेलिंग चल रही है फिलहाल के लिए। बने रहो, वापस आएगा तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो। नीचे सपोर्ट है अच्छा 286, 8486 के अराउंड एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा आपको। क्या हो रहा है स्क्रीन पे? कहीं बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे इस पर्टिकुलर लेवल से। स्क्रीन रुक क्यों रही है पता नहीं। बाकी कोई डेटा तो नहीं है शेड्यूल्ड, ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा, ठीक है। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, ज़्यादा रिस्क भी नहीं लेना है। क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस पे आता है, एग्जैक्टली आया नहीं है, फिर से अगर आया तो लेवल पे सेलिंग का प्लान करना। 2 बार यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, दिस इज थर्ड टाइम। ब्रेकआउट हुआ नहीं है तो रेजिस्टेंस माना जाएगा, स्टिल माना जाएगा। तो थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे, नीचे आएगा तो यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है आपके पास, बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर और अच्छा मूव आएगा 6045 के ऊपर। नेचुरल गैस नीचे सपोर्ट पे आता है तो बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं लोअर एंड पे। बाकी हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो, हाफ टारगेट हो गया है। बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल द एसएल इन नेचुरल गैस, ठीक है। टारगेट बड़ा है, कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा टारगेट है। 11 पॉइंट कम नहीं होते, 12 पॉइंट। मार्केट इतना मोमेंटम करता नहीं इजीली, तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो। 6 पॉइंट मूव कर गया, थोड़ा और गिरेगा तो लगभग 6 पॉइंट और टारगेट रखेंगे। नहीं तो थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आ सकता है यहाँ पर। एक एफईजी है शायद यहाँ पर, एक छोटा सा मुझे लग रहा है। देयर इज स्मॉल एफईजी ओवर हियर। थोड़ा बहुत तो रुकना चाहिए प्राइस को इस एफईजी पे। ये तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना गाइस। गोल्ड सिल्वर तो गए गए। गोल्ड सिल्वर कहाँ पूछ रहे हो? गोल्ड सिल्वर, गोल्ड सिल्वर में कुछ नहीं रखा है। गोल्ड सिल्वर का हो गया काम खत्म। सैलॉन राइज ही चल रहा है, देख लेते हैं एक बार। एक सेकंड दो, सॉरी 2-3 मिनट दो बस, एक सेकंड देखते हैं।
Tariffs and immigration. What's even
well, you need
some
that?
sort of base case, right, to start the year?
Here's the base case heading into next week in terms of the lineup. We're seeing retail sales coming out as well as personal income and spending. The big event is on Wednesday when we get that Fed decision as well as that Jay Powell Fed rate press conference after that decision. And a real question here about how long the consumer can keep powering the United States exceptionalism. We did get some retail earnings already. A real mixed picture, Danny, and I think that really stands out to me.
A mixed picture, but the ones that are doing well are doing really well. There was Costco yesterday, 7% increase in U.S. same-store sales. They said that wealthier people are kind of shifting down. And again, you could argue, okay, something's not right. More people are spending at Costco. Maybe that's a bad thing. But we were speaking to Holly O'Neill of Bank of America yesterday and said, yes, that shift down is happening, but spending as an overall level is higher. It's just people kind of trying to keep the cushion in their savings account, trading a little bit, but the consumer is still healthy and still spending.
Costco did very well, but one thing I pick up from the CEO talking to analysts is that people are buying what they need, potentially, not what they really want. People are very, very basic buying this year. That's what the CEO had to say.
So people-ish and toilet paper once again. Coming up this hour, Jared Woodard of Bank of America's tech lifts stocks ahead of the Fed. Jason Thomas of Carlyle on the M&A outlook for 2025 in a new report that's really fascinating. And former New York Fed President Bill Dudley on Chair Powell's Balancing Act and the dot plot during a second Trump term. We begin this hour with stocks higher, boosted by tech, signaling a positive end to an otherwise potentially down week ahead of that final Fed rate decision of this year. Jared Woodard of Bank of America seeing room to run in 2025, writing, we favor equities given upside potential from broader earnings growth, higher productivity and deregulation. In the U.S., prioritize cyclicals with exposure to enduring themes like defense, tech, SMID, industrials, and energy. Jared joins us now. Jared, good morning. Thank you for being with us. Happy holidays. We're launching that today, a special breaking news. Jared, I want to start with this idea of a broadening out at a time where in the past couple of weeks we've seen a real stalling in that kind of activity. What makes you think we're going to restart and go back to that idea of all of the stocks outside of the Magnificent Seven outperforming?
Well, you know, history's on our side here. If you look at the long sweep of the U.S. equity market, In the 20th century, the average weight in the S&P 500 by market cap to real economy sectors like financials, industrials, materials, energy, those parts of the economy occupied 45%, sometimes more, of the S&P 500. That was the norm. Today, they're much smaller. They're in the 20s altogether, and of course, it's tech and consumer discretionary and communications. These growth stocks that comprise almost 50% of the market. Our view is that as the policy environment shifts, particularly in the United States, as sticky inflation, the higher growth potential as well, make the value of those real economy sectors rise. Investors should be positioned for a moderation at the sector level, at the thematic level, because we think there's a lot of potential from deregulation, from earnings broadening out across the economy, and for higher productivity, particularly in the United States, continuing a trend of higher productivity that started even some years ago.
At a certain point, do yields have the potential to stymie this? And we've seen that over the past couple of sessions, just question marks around the deficit, question marks just around how much stickiness there is in inflation. Where do you weigh in on that? How dependent is this theory on yields staying kind of where they are, going lower?
Well, as asset allocators, we think that long-term fixed income, especially government bonds and even investment-grade corporate bonds, may not be as attractive in coming years as they have been in the last few years. We've had this thesis on the end of 60-40 for a number of years now. That's basically played out quite well. If you look at some of the different asset allocation approaches in the market, familiar and unfamiliar, having big allocations to long duration fixed income has been a losing move. If you look at it across the Treasury curve, many parts of the market are actually still underwater from recent years. I'm not worried about a rapid rise in bond yields hurting the equity market. I do think that we may see stickier inflation and stickier bond yields in years to come in a way that makes it more attractive to be in credit and higher yielding parts of the fixed income market and in short duration parts of the equity market, investing in companies that have real profits today, real cash flows today that they can deploy either into their businesses or to shareholders rather than waiting for companies that might not see tangible.
When you hear LSEC data and analytics, what do you think of? LSEC data and
at the end of President Biden's term.
I've decided the right thing for the Bureau is for me to serve until the end of the current administration in January and then step down.
Wray's announcement comes after President-elect Donald Trump signaled plans to replace him with ally Kash Patel. At a town hall
प्राइस नेचुरल गैस में एफईजी है यहाँ पर ध्यान रखना there is a एफईजी ओवर हियर यहाँ रुकेगा प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत हाफ प्रॉफिट एटलीस्ट बुक करके ट्रेल करना यहाँ से एक हल्का सा पुल बैक आना चाहिए फाइनल टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा है 12 पॉइंट काफ़ी बड़ा टारगेट होता है तो थोड़ा हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके यहाँ से थोड़ा पुल बैक आएगा अगर एफईजी ब्रेक होता है तो फिर थोड़ा ये टारगेट रखेंगे या एफई से थोड़ा सा पुल बैक अगर किसी को प्लान करना है तो यहाँ पर प्लान कर सकते हैं वैसे एफई से मैं बाइंग सेलिंग रिकमेंड करता नहीं हूँ बट यहाँ थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक जरूर आएगा थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर एक पुल बैक किसी को अगर प्लान करना है इस एफईजी पर वो ट्राई कर सकता है काइंड ऑफ अ स्कैल्पिंग ओनली लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम भी होने वाला है 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होता है तो फिर देखते हैं।
Spot Bitcoin ETFs seen record flows just under a year into trading. Since President-elect Donald Trump's victory alone, the 12 ETFs have seen about $10 billion of inflows. These ETFs are now the largest holders of Bitcoin, even surpassing its creator, Satoshi Nakamoto. From around the ETF market as a whole, we've got John Mayer. He is the chief ETF strategist at JP Morgan. It's great to have you in studio, John. Thank you so much. It's interesting, not only the flows that we've seen into Bitcoin ETFs, but this morning BlackRock saying that they came out with this recommendation of 1% to 2% exposure to Bitcoin ETFs because of the amount of questions they were getting from clients about it. How are you fielding those questions, and how are you thinking about Bitcoin ETFs as a competitive factor in the broader market?
Sure. JP Morgan does not have any Bitcoin ETFs, but what I think it really shows is that the versatility of the ETF structure in and of itself, that various different asset classes can be utilized inside that structure, and how that can be infused into different portfolios. Certainly, certain places want 1 or 2% exposure, but that's really a personal decision in terms of asset allocation. But again, the choice is there, and the ETF provides many different choices, and that's one of the key aspects, the accessibility of the ETF structure.
When it comes to some of that growth and opportunity and interest, more broadly speaking, I think even when you talk about the adoption in the mainstream, kind of going back to Maddie's point and what we've seen, the reception for Bitcoin ETFs just really speaks volumes about how far this industry has come and what that involvement has looked like. When you take a look out to 2025, where are you seeing those most attractive opportunities, or where you're expecting maybe to see the most activity then in the new year?
Well, first of all, we just hit over $1 trillion in flows this year. That's the first time ever. So that's quite incredible. So it's about a $10.5 trillion industry at this point. So it's huge, $14 trillion globally. What you are seeing, some of the trends, particularly in the US, is the issuance of actively managed ETFs. Yeah. So think about this. There's 8% of the assets are active now, but 30% this year of the flows are actively managed ETFs. So there's been a real shift in towards both the issuance as well as flows into actively managed ETFs, which is really kind of a shift in the overall industry.
That's fascinating to me, because to me the finance 101 is like park your money in an ETF because it's a way to hedge and not be actively managed. It's a passive investment vehicle. Explain to me that shift that we're seeing and how kind of investors who are looking at this as a method of retail investing should be viewing that.
Well, ETFs grew up passive, but certain regulatory changes that occurred at the end of 2019 allowed for issuers to have benefits in terms of PMs could do different things in terms of tax efficiency. And then 5 years later, from the end of 2019 to now, you're experiencing 3 and 5 year track records for a lot of different ETFs. So you're seeing a big shift in the overall asset management business into the ETF space because of that versatility of the structure. They're liquid, they're accessible, they're cost effective, and they're tax efficient. And the superpower really is the tax efficiency. So, I mean, that's really what's driving this.
And John, there's a ton of it. There's more active ETF products available, I believe, than passive ones here, but they still only represent, I believe, about 15% of total assets under management, if that's correct?
Well, overall, in fixed income, yeah, 15%, and overall, 8% of assets.
So overall, 8%. What do you think those numbers then look like, given the growing popularity of actively managed funds?
Well, if you think about the flows this year, 30% of the $1 trillion flows have been into active. So that increases every single year as you are seeing different mutual fund managers get into the ETF space. And when you gain that track record, that helps you get onto different platforms, that helps the distribution, creates the awareness, and then you have the optionality to use an actively managed ETF for many different clients.
Well, John, it's great to have you here on set. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us.
और ये क्रूड ऑयल में भी एफईजी है जहाँ पर ये रुक रहा है थोड़ा सा। बहुत ही स्मॉल सा एक छोटा सा एफईजी रखा हुआ है। करते रहो गाइस, 30 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट फटाफट से, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया करो। क्रूड ऑयल भी एफईजी के नीचे आना शुरू तो कर दिया है, लेट्स सी नीचे आता है नहीं। नेचुरल गैस में देखो ये सपोर्ट भी है नीचे 279 वाला, दैट इज ऑल्सो गुड सपोर्ट एरिया। बाकी बीच वाला सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा ना वीक लग रहा है मुझे, 284 वाला जो ये लेवल है, लेट्स सी। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक नेचुरल गैस में एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आना चाहिए इन नेचुरल गैस। काफी बड़ा लेवल हो गया। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड है इस एफईजी से नेचुरल गैस में। पर एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना, ये एफईजी ब्रेक होगा तभी ये फाइनल टारगेट तक आएगा, नहीं तो यहाँ से वापस थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक दे सकता है इन नेचुरल गैस। एफईजी ब्रेक करेगा तभी फाइनल टारगेट मिलेगा, नहीं तो इतना ही टारगेट है। सेलर्स ध्यान रखियो। बाकी जो नीचे 284 83 वाला सपोर्ट है थोड़ा सा वीक मान के चलना है इसको, नीचे 279 वाला थोड़ा सा स्ट्रांग है सपोर्ट, तो यहाँ पर अगर आए तो ये क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम होनी चाहिए। एफईजी ब्रेक हुआ है क्या? हाँ एफईजी ब्रेक तो हो गया है। ये भी एफईजी है यहाँ पर भी छोटा सा एक, बट वो सपोर्ट के काफी करीब है तो बाइंग यहाँ से एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, एक्सपेक्टेशन है यहाँ से एक बाइंग का वापस क्रूड ऑयल में। भी हो चुका है 6:30 पे, एक न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग हो जाएगी, ध्यान रखना। नेचुरल गैस भी एफईजी पर ही है छोटे से अपने। ये अपना प्रीवियस अगर ये कैंडल वापस ऊपर क्लोज हो गई क्रूड ऑयल में तो ये एफईजी के वापस रिटर्न कर जाएगा ऊपर। इस एफईजी को छोड़ो, ये ऊपर वाले एफईजी को ही रिटर्न कर गया। क्या हुआ यार ये भी। कैंडल ने एफईजी ब्रेक किया, दूसरी कैंडल वापस एफईजी के ऊपर क्लोज कर गई है इन क्रूड ऑयल। ये क्रूड ऑयल वापस रिटर्न कर गया। जो लोग सेलिंग में हैं, अगर निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, फिर देखते हैं न्यूयॉर्क सेशन के बाद। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे फिर से आएगा तो फिर से सेल करेंगे, या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट पे आएगा, वी विल सी दैट। साइडवेज हो गया यहीं पर, ब्रेक जरूर किया एफईजी। नेक्स्ट कैंडल ऊपर ही क्लोज लेके चले गई प्राइस को। इवन दो अब एफईजी को हम कंसिडर तो करते नहीं, करना नहीं चाहिए अब लॉजिकली। ठीक है, एफईजी का देखो नीचे नॉर्मली कैंडल क्लोज जाती है तो फिर उसको कंसिडर करते नहीं है लॉजिकली। कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है, हो गई थी लास्ट की लास्ट वाली, फिर रिकवर कर गया भले ही, बट कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है। फोर्टी लाइक्स आर डन, बाकी लोग भी लाइक करते रहो गाइस। पे देखते हैं अब क्या करता है मार्केट। 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है। नेचुरल गैस भी एफईजी पे ही है फिलहाल के लिए। नेचुरल गैस एफपीजी की वैल्यू बताओ, नेचुरल गैस एफपीजी की वैल्यू 288.7 से 287.7। 6:30 होने वाला है, 2 मिनट रह गए हैं। 50 लाइक्स भी हो गए हैं, 100 लाइक्स रिमेनिंग रह गए हैं। जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया कर दो फटाफट से। हाफ प्रॉफिट जरूर बुक कर लेना नेचुरल गैस में। एफईजी ब्रेक करेगा तभी नीचे आएगा, नहीं किया तो रुक जाना चाहिए यहाँ पर। बाकी नेचुरल सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल में भी यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा एफईजी था, वो ब्रेक कर दिया था, वापस रिकवर कर गया, बट वो ब्रेक कर गया तो फिर हम उस एफईजी को फिर कंसिडर करते नहीं है। तो यही टारगेट है, आना चाहिए। यहाँ से फिर एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया से। ऊपर आएगा तो वापस ऊपर सेल कर सकते हैं। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी देखो, एफईजी ब्रेक किया तो ये एक वीक सपोर्ट है 284 वाला। यहाँ थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखेंगे। नीचे वाला अच्छा सपोर्ट दिख रहा है 279, वहाँ थोड़ा नॉर्मल क्वांटिटी रख सकते हैं। बाकी जिनको हो गया प्रॉफिट, अब अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन हो गया है ओपन। एंड नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक फ्रॉम एफईजी। क्रूड ऑयल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया है, लेट्स सी थोड़ा सा नीचे आए तो फिर बाइंग करते हैं। क्या श्योर प्रॉफिट जरूर बुक कर लेना, ठीक है। देन ट्रेल एफईजी के नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं आएगी तो और नीचे जाएगा नहीं। कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है। ब्रेकआउट किया तो ऊपर लेवल नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। ऊपर इतना 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे चार्ट शो नहीं कर रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा फिर हायर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट ही यूज करेंगे। या फिर फॉरेक्स, नहीं फॉरेक्स में भी नहीं दिखा रहा है। हो गया सेम लेवल पे। क्रूड ऑयल भी ऑलमोस्ट टारगेट पे पहुंच गया, नीचे से एक बाइंग देखते हैं नीचे। ओके, दिस इज अ जोन फॉर बायर्स, यहाँ से एक बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट है। ओके, गोल्ड से लोगों देखेंगे, गोल्ड तो गोल्ड सपोर्ट पर है, गोल्ड ऑन द सपोर्ट एरिया 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। थोड़ी वॉलेटिलिटी जरूर है, बट या इट इज ऑन सपोर्ट। एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हो यहाँ से। वैसे तो व्यू देखोगे तो बेरिश ही चल रहा है, बट या सपोर्ट है तो या तो सपोर्ट ले या फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करे इस लेवल का। कोई डेटा नहीं है तो बस मार्केट नॉर्मल ही बिहेव करना चाहिए। इसके नीचे कहाँ तक जाएगा, ऊपर कहाँ तक जाएगा ये भी पूछते हैं, तो नीचे कहाँ तक जाएगा। नीचे ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट अगर सक्सेसफुल रहा 2664 के नीचे, या फिर ये आज का लो क्या बना है, यही है 2664 के नीचे 2664 ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट सक्सेसफुल अगर रहता है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, फेक ब्रेकडाउन ना हो बस। देखो अगर यहाँ पे नहीं भी रुका तो नीचे इतना भी नहीं जाएगा, नीचे एक और सपोर्ट है। अगर ये यहाँ पर नहीं रुकता है तो जस्ट नीचे एक और सपोर्ट मिल जाएगा। तो बोथ आर द सपोर्ट एरियाज, ये दोनों ही सपोर्ट है। ये लेवल थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा बड़ा बना दिया मैंने। तो ये दोनों ही लेवल सपोर्ट के हैं। वैसे ये तो ब्रेक हो गया है, इसके नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है, तो इस लेवल को ऐसे ना भी कंसीडर करो तो चलेगा। बट या बोथ आर सपोर्ट एरिया 2660 एंड 2668। यहाँ देखना पड़ेगा 2657 के नीचे अगर ब्रेकडाउन हो जाता है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, ब्रेकडाउन मतलब कैंडल क्लोज, ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट अगर करके जाता है तब एक पॉसिबिलिटी है थोड़ा बड़ा फॉल करे, क्योंकि फिर इसके नीचे सपोर्ट नहीं है कुछ खास, एटलीस्ट उस केस में 2646 तक जा सकता है फिर, अगर यहाँ पर भी होल्ड नहीं करता है। वो लेवल अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है शायद 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे. This level yet not tested. तो ये लेवल काफ़ी अच्छा है बाइंग के लिए, अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है तो अच्छा है, सपोर्ट है 2646. ये लेवल देखो ऐसे कैंडल इसके नीचे क्लोज हो तो गई है अब, तो इसको ऐसे कंसिडर तो करना नहीं चाहिए लॉजिकली. कैंडल लेवल के नीचे क्लोज जाती है तो फिर वो कंसिडर किया नहीं जाता है नॉर्मली ना. तो 2646 एंड ये 2660 इसके नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है तो इसको रिमूव ही कर दो. तो ये सपोर्ट ही है एक 2660 एंड देन 2646. अगर 2658 नीचे ब्रेक डाउन कर गया अगर, तब एक थोड़ा सा फॉल आ सकता है यहाँ तक. बाकी इसमें रखना सपोर्ट पर है. नेचुरल गैस बाइंग का टारगेट क्या होगा? नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग अभी बनी कहाँ है? नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग एक्टिवेट हुई नहीं, सपोर्ट पे आएगा अभी. ये तो सपोर्ट है, इन पे आएगा तो देखेंगे. एफईजी से मैं कुछ सजेस्ट करता नहीं हूँ यार. एफईजी से कभी बाइंग आती है कभी नहीं आती है. अभी वो क्रूड ऑयल में देखा ब्रेक हो गया, कभी होता है कभी सपोर्ट लेता है नहीं लेता है. अगर कोई एफईजी से बाइंग सेलिंग करता है तो मैं उसको सजेस्ट करूंगा ऐसा थोड़ा सा रख के पुल बैक जितना आ जाए उतना कैप्चर कर लो स्कैल्पिंग के तौर पे. कि मैं सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे बाइंग सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ. एफईजी तो बस थोड़ी देर का एंटरटेनमेंट है. अगर ऊपर जाता भी है तो ऊपर फिर मेजर रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाएगा आपको 2684 एंड 684 के अराउंड मिल जाएगा रेजिस्टेंस। 2644 ब्रेक डाउन हो गया तो कह सकते हैं। वैसे ये सपोर्ट तो ठीक ही है, लाइक एक ही बार टेस्ट हुआ है, दूसरी बार आ रहा है इस लेवल पे, आएगा तो एग्जैक्टली कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के ब्रेक डाउन हुआ तो या पॉसिबिलिटी रहेगी। अब कोई डेटा तो नहीं है, यूएस मार्केट हो सकता है ब्रेक कर दे। फिलहाल व्यू तो बेरिश ही चल रहा है मार्केट का, नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल का। इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखना, क्या कंटिन्यूसली गिरता रहता है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक भी आएगा। पता है नीचे 2660 के आसपास, 2660 के आसपास सपोर्ट है। वो लेवल अगर होल्ड नहीं होता है, ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है कहीं 2658 के नीचे, ब्रेक डाउन रीटेस्ट 15 मिनट की बात बता रहा हूँ, तो फिर 2646 भी जा सकता है। बाकी यहाँ से सपोर्ट तो ले चुका है, अगर ऊपर गया तो 2675 एंड 2685। पीपल आर वाचिंग 51 लाइक्स, बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे हो, लाइक करते रहो। लाइक नहीं किया है क्रूड ऑयल में, सेलर्स एग्जिट करना, बायर्स बाइंग करना। नेचुरल गैस भी एफईजी में फंस गया है, नीचे ब्रेक कर दे तो ये आ जाए टारगेट। मुझे लग रहा है नीचे ब्रेक हुआ तो इसको आना चाहिए यहाँ तक। वैसे ये भी सपोर्ट ही है, थोड़ा सा वीक सपोर्ट है ये 284 वाला, तो थोड़ा देख के चलेंगे यहाँ पर, नहीं तो ये सपोर्ट काफ़ी अच्छा है 278 79। बाकी इंट्राडे में अच्छा बुरा कुछ नहीं होता, कोई भी सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो सकता है और कोई भी रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो सकता है, सिमिलरली वाइस वर्सा। पोजीशन साइजिंग का ध्यान रखना विथ रिस्क रिवॉर्ड। एमसीएक्स में कह रहे हो क्या गोल्ड को? यार एमसीएक्स का, एमसीएक्स में मान लो डे लो। एमसीएक्स में मैं लेवल क्रिएट करता नहीं हूँ, उसमें सीधा गैप अप गैप डाउन ही होती है। 15 मिनट की कैंडल भी देख लेता हूँ फिर भी एक बार, 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम एमसीएक्स। गोल्ड एमसीएक्स 15 मिनट। छोटी है सर ये, 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर 77,230 तक। 230 के नीचे अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट होता है तब थोड़ा सा और गिर सकता है, नहीं तो इट इज ऑन सपोर्ट इन 15 मिनट। मिनट 15 मिनट, अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम पे अलग अलग हो सकता है। ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं होता इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर इन MCX, तो फिर आप नीचे जो सपोर्ट है नेक्स्ट मेजर सपोर्ट इन 15 मिनट, दैट इज 76,878। ये मैं करंट फ्यूचर चार्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ गोल्ड की। नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर चार्ट में अलग थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर नीचे होगा प्राइस एक्शन। तो अगर ये ब्रेक कर देता है नीचे कहीं तो 77,234, तो फिर नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट 76,870 860 के अराउंड। सेवन PM की जो न्यूज है इम्पैक्ट करेगी क्या मेजर गोल्ड सिल्वर को? 7 PM पे कौन सी न्यूज है आज? 7 बजे तो कोई न्यूज ही नहीं है। न्यूज कौन सी कह रहे हो? डेटा तो कुछ नहीं है देखो 7 PM पे आज। इसकी बात कर रहे हो क्या इंपोर्ट प्राइस वाला? ये इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है नहीं, ये तो बिल्कुल भी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है इंपोर्ट प्राइस वाला। 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा तब कुछ हो सकता है, अदरवाइज आज यूएस से देखोगे तो कुछ खास डेटा है नहीं। आज का हो गया, नेक्स्ट वीक जीडीपी का तो कह रहा हूँ फेड के रेट कट का डिसीजन होगा तो शायद उस पर थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट रिएक्शन देगा। नेक्स्ट वीक के लिए तैयारी हो रही होगी। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली रेट कट एक देखने के लिए मिलेगा और हमें तो 8 PM पे थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है। 7 PM पे तो और कोई डेटा या न्यूज है नहीं, कोई सडनली न्यूज आ जाती है तो उस पर कुछ कह नहीं सकता, अदरवाइज तो नहीं है वैसे। स्कैल्पिंग कर रहा है ये नेचुरल गैस में एफई से थोड़ा संभल के, बायर्स निकल जाना, जो ट्रेल कर रहे हैं एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लेना रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का। जो लोग थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक यहाँ पर प्लान करके बैठ गए हैं एफई से, मैं सजेस्ट करता नहीं वैसे, मैंने बार बार बताया है, बट कुछ लोग शायद बाइक कर लेते हैं एफई से, वो लोग थोड़ा स्ट्रिक्ट एसएल रखना, थोड़ा बहुत जितना पुल बैक आ जाए वेल एंड गुड। ब्रेक करेगा एफईजी तो टारगेट मिलेगा, नहीं करता है तो फिर नहीं जाएगा और नीचे। सेलर्स इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना। इंडियन मार्केट में क्या न्यूज़ थी पता नहीं सर, इंडियन मार्केट में न्यूज़ का बाकी मार्केट रिटर्न तो सपोर्ट से ही किया था। बीच में एक सपोर्ट और था, वो ब्रेक जरूर हो गया था लेकिन वो 2 बार टेस्ट हो चुका था, तो थर्ड टाइम चांसेस कम ही होते हैं। डे लो सपोर्ट था जरूर। अब न्यूज़ क्या थी आई डोंट नो। रिकवरी अच्छी आई लेकिन दोनों ही जगह, निफ्टी में भी और बैंक निफ्टी में भी। कभी कभी एफई से लेते हो बाइंग में, ठीक है, थोड़ा ऐसा लिस्टेड रखना लेकिन। लोग एफई से भी अगर थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक प्लान करते हैं, ठीक है। लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है वीक का, नेक्स्ट वीक मिलेंगे फिर। ज़्यादा रिस्क मत उठाइए। श्रीवास्तव जी, सिल्वर का सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस, सिल्वर भी देख लेते हैं एक बार। सिल्वर ज़्यादा बेरिश लग रहा है। गोल्ड भी मेरे को लग रहा है ब्रेक ही कर देगा, लग रहा है। होल्ड करने के चांसेस बड़े कम लग रहे हैं इसके। 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, थर्ड टाइम आया है इस लेवल पे। होल्ड कर गया तो कर गया, नहीं किया तो फिर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट में अच्छी सेलिंग फिर से दे देगा। सिल्वर कहाँ गया सिल्वर? लेट्स सी द सिल्वर। फॉरेक्स सिल्वर ही देख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एमसीएक्स में नहीं देख रहा हूँ, फॉरेक्स सिल्वर ही देख रहे हैं। लाइक भी करते रहो, लेकिन डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। वह भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, 2 बार सपोर्ट ले गया, थर्ड टाइम सपोर्ट पे पहुंचने वाला ही है, ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच ही गया कह सकते हो। 30.53 जो सपोर्ट एरिया, 30.53 से लेकर 30.41, ये 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, लेकिन यहाँ पर पास टाइम 1 2। अगर ये होल्ड नहीं करता है, ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है कहीं, कोई बात नहीं, ब्रेक डाउन कर भी दे तो नीचे भी सपोर्ट है इसमें नीचे बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट है। कोई ऐसा सपोर्ट जो अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ, एक बार वो देखते हैं कोई। ये टेस्ट नहीं हुआ अभी तक। का नीचे आपका 30.53 के अराउंड सपोर्ट है, वैसे तो ये 3 बार टेस्ट हो गया है, फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है यहाँ पर। यहाँ पर नहीं रुका तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट उसी के जस्ट नीचे 30.37 के अराउंड है। दैट इज टेस्टेड 1 टाइम, एक बार हो चुका है, फिर से हो सकता है हो जाए, दूसरी बार ही आएगा। उसके नीचे एक और सपोर्ट है 30.15, वो टेस्ट ही नहीं हुआ अभी तक, तो वो उससे भी अच्छा है। ये 3 सपोर्ट आप मान सकते हो, एक के नीचे एक के नीचे एक। प्राइस को होल्ड करना है तो इन लेवल पे होल्ड हो जाना चाहिए। सिल्वर चार्ट नहीं सो हो रहा क्या? एक सेकेंड। इसी चार्ट को लगा देता हूँ। ठीक है, तो नीचे इसमें थोड़े बहुत ये सपोर्ट जोन है। आई होप अब दिख रहा होगा। ये ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो चुका है, ध्यान रखना 2-3 बार। ये भी एक बार टेस्ट हो चुका है डीप लेवल से यहाँ से। ये सबसे अच्छा है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। ये भी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ 30.1314 वाला। गोल्ड को भी देखोगे तो वो भी ब्रेकडाउन शुरू कर दिया शायद इसने। ओके, तो फॉरेक्स का चार्ट अलग है। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग है, लेट्स सी थोड़ा मोमेंटम यूएस मार्केट के बाद ही आएगा शायद। नेचुरल गैस भी रुक गया एफईजी पर ही। जिन लोगों ने बाई किया ऐसा स्टिक रख लेना। एफईजी ब्रेक होगा तो और आएगा नीचे, नहीं होता है तो फिर नहीं आएगा। डॉलर लग रहा है वही मुझे लग रहा है 30.10 मान लो 30.10 से लेकर $30 के बीच में पूरा सपोर्ट ही हो गया वो। अभी तक आया नहीं है उस लेवल पे तो स्ट्रांग ही है इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। बाकी बीच में भी हैं सपोर्ट छोटे छोटे, वैसे तो टेस्ट हो चुके हैं मल्टीपल टाइम, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा रुकने नहीं चाहिए, स्पेशली जो ये लेटेस्ट वाला बताया था अभी, दैट इज़ ऑलरेडी टेस्टेड मल्टीपल टाइम, 1 टाइम 2 टाइम 3 टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, नीचे वाला भी एक बार टेस्ट हो चुका है। फाइनली नेचुरल गैस भी ब्रेकडाउन के काफ़ी करीब अपने एफईजी के, लेट्स सी टारगेट देता है नहीं एफईजी की ब्रेक करके, या इट इज स्टिल होल्डिंग दिस लेवल। नेचुरल गैस से नीचे वाला सपोर्ट 284 थोड़ा सा वीक है, ठीक है, नीचे वाला थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है 279। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल डे हाई ही है, रेजिस्टेंस वापस नीचे आएगा, वापस बाई कर लेना अगर नहीं कर पाए हो। डे हाई जाएगा तो यहाँ वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे, थोड़ा हायर लेवल से, लेकिन इस बार नीचे सपोर्ट जोन, वापस बाइंग एक्सपेक्ट की जाएगी। अल्लू अर्जुन अरेस्टेड, या अरेस्ट हो गया क्या? अल्लू अर्जुन अरेस्ट फ्रॉम संध्या थिएटर, स्टैम्पेड टू 14 days prison sentence. गैस ट्रेड बहुत, क्या लिखा हुआ है, नेचुरल गैस ट्रेड, आगे क्या लिखा हुआ है आपने? ट्रेड बहुत टफ है, नहीं ट्रेड में क्या टफ है, सेलिंग ही चल रही है, और कौन सा टफ है, नीचे सपोर्ट पे आएगा तो बाइंग प्लान करना। ब्रेक करने वाला है नेचुरल गैस का एफईजी, वेल एंड गुड, एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाता है तो बाकी देखेंगे। नीचे सपोर्ट फिलहाल के लिए तो यही है हमारे पास, ये दो, 284 और 278। मोमेंटम सही आ रहा है नेचुरल गैस में आजकल, क्रूड ऑयल से ज़्यादा अच्छा मूव आ रहा है। पहले तो 2-3 पॉइंट ही बड़ी मुश्किल से मूव होता था, अब एटलीस्ट 6-7 पॉइंट मोमेंटम इजीली हो जा रहा है एक डायरेक्शन में। कंप्लीट डायरेक्शन मोमेंटम हुआ तो 10 पॉइंट भी मिल जा रहे हैं, विच इज़ वेरी रेयर। जब प्राइस आई थिंक मेरे अकॉर्डिंग काफ़ी हाई लेवल पे था तब ऐसा होता था। सिल्वर ही वन वे गिर रहा है, देखो करंट सपोर्ट है, 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, 4 टाइम, यहाँ नहीं रुका तो 30.40 एंड देन फाइनली $30। जैसे हर्षद जी पुरानी बात याद आ गई, ट्रेड से डर लग रहा है तो क्वालिटी साइज ज़्यादा है। हाँ, ट्रेड से डर लग रहा है तो ट्रेड से भी नहीं कहोगे, अब दोनों से, प्रॉफिट और लॉस से अगर डर लग रहा है तो क्वांटिटी ज़्यादा है। डर प्रॉफिट से भी लगता है एक्चुअली, सिर्फ लॉस से नहीं, प्रॉफिट से भी डर लगता है। प्रॉफिट से भी डर है ना एक्चुअली, बड़ी क्वांटिटी ले रही, थोड़ा प्रॉफिट हो गया तो यार ये भी गलत ना हो जाए। क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू फिलहाल के लिए रेंज बाउंड है 6040 से लेकर 5940 के बीच में। एनी साइड ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन विल ट्रिगर मोर बाइंग और सेलिंग। फिलहाल ये रेंज ही है मार्केट की। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे सपोर्ट। यहाँ कहीं ब्रेकडाउन हो गया तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा बड़ा गिर सकता है, बाकी तो ऊपर गया ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करके तो फिर और ऊपर जाएगा टिल 6140 150। यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना इन 15 मिनट, सॉरी इन 30 मिनट ऑलमोस्ट। To cut once more before slowing pace in 2025, economist says। हाँ, मुझे भी लग रहा है शायद एक रेट कट होगा जरूर दिसंबर में, और नेक्स्ट वीक एक रेट कट और देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा। UAE to curb oil shipment amid OPEC plus push for quota discipline।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. Import prices unexpectedly rose in November, gaining 0.1% compared to the month before. This is after they rose 0.1% in October as well. Export prices were unchanged compared to the month before. Economists were looking for a decrease there as well. Export prices rose 1% in October. Now to the latest in France. French President Emmanuel Macron has his new prime minister. He's picked Francois Bayrou, a longtime centrist ally, to pick up the pieces after the no-confidence vote that toppled Michel Barnier's government. We get more with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Stephen Carroll.
Questions will now be asked about how Francois Bayrou will be able to do any better, essentially, than Michel Barnier at getting any measures passed. We know that there have been long discussions with party leaders across the centrist bloc in France, so from the centre-left to the centre-right, excluding the far-right National Rally Party and excluding the far-left party as well, to try and make sure that they were behind this announcement of the Prime Minister when it did come.
And that's Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll, who reports Bayrou will now need to gather support from both the centre-left and centre-right to avoid Michel Barnier's fate. Russia launching a massive aerial attack against Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia fired 93 cruise and ballistic missiles and almost 200 drones in today's bombardments. He said it is one of the heaviest bombardments of the country's energy sector since Russia's full-scale invasion almost 3 years ago. Now to the latest on the suspect accused of killing United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. Turns out Luigi Mangione was not a member of United Health's insurance plans. That seems to dispel the idea that the shooting he's accused of was motivated by a grievance from his personal experience with the nation's largest health insurer. Mangione was arrested in Pennsylvania on Monday with a manifesto referencing the company's size and accurately describing United Health as the fourth largest company by market value. Mangione remains in Pennsylvania fighting extradition to New York. President-elect Trump is voicing support for the dock workers union that shut East and Gulf Coast ports when they walked off the job in October. The union agreed to return to work in exchange for a 61.5% raise over its next 6-year contract, but the temporary deal left the thornier issue of automation on the bargaining table, threatening another stoppage next month. Meanwhile, Trump's advisors are talking about raising the cap on state and local tax deductions known as SALT from $10,000 to $20,000, doubling the limit that was imposed under Trump's own 2017 tax law. Bloomberg tax reporter Zach Cohen has more.
In all my conversations with members of Congress, especially those that are really eager to lift this cap on how much state and local taxes, federal income taxes can deduct, they're pretty bullish on the possibility of lifting this cap somehow. Eliminating it is probably too expensive and would be difficult to do. But this cap that was implemented in the 2017 tax law that Trump himself signed as a pay for some of the other provisions, there's been a long bipartisan effort to increase that cap.
And that's Bloomberg's Zach Cohen. Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump's Department of Government Efficiency is discussing drastic changes to bank regulators. They could include shrinking, consolidating, or even eliminating agencies like the FDIC, the agency that guarantees bank deposits. Any agency closures would require congressional approval, and Washington has rarely done it, although presidents have reorganized departments in the past. Fed Chair Jay Powell could get a lot of questions next week about President-elect Trump when the central bank makes its final policy decision of the year. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says the Fed won't ignore the incoming administration's policies.
I think they're going to assume that the 2017 tax cuts do get extended. So I think what Powell said at the last press conference, we don't guess, speculate, assume, is actually contradicted by what they actually did in December 2016 when they did include the fiscal policy stimulus that they thought was going to be enacted by the first Trump administration. That was in the forecast.
And former New York Fed President Bill Dudley writes a lot more about this in his latest Bloomberg Opinion column. Find it at bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal. Broadcom rallying in pre-market trading after predicting a boom in demand for its artificial intelligence chips. That's giving futures a lift this morning. NASDAQ futures leading the way up 0.9%. S&P futures up 0.4%. Dow futures up 0.1%, and the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%. And that's news when you want it.
Today,
with Bloomberg News Now.
Time Magazine's
I'm Karen.
Person of the Year, again. We look at Trump's plans for a raft of executive actions on day one.
What mysterious United Arab Emirates planes landing in the Chad Desert could mean for the war in Sudan.
And the dilemma facing young Ukrainian men on whether to stay or go.
It's Friday, December 13th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Christopher Waljesper in Chicago.
And I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of?
Chance of U.S.
Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
Chance of USA broke out on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on Thursday as President-elect Donald Trump rang the bell. Trump was there to commemorate being selected as Time's Person of the Year.
To say Time Magazine getting this honor for the second time, I think I like it better this time, actually.
The issue features a wide-ranging interview with Trump where he sharply criticizes Ukraine's use of U.S.-supplied missiles deep into Russian territory. He said he would discuss ending childhood vaccination programs with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and vowed to enact a virtual closure of the U.S. Department of Education. White House correspondent Steve Holland has been speaking with those in Trump's orbit to get a sense of what he might try to tackle on day one.
What we're hearing is that President-elect Donald Trump wants to make a big splash on his first day in office, and he's planning a blizzard of more than 25 executive orders and directives as he seeks to dramatically reshape U.S. government policy. A lot of these orders will have to do with immigration, which he's very committed to putting some stops on illegal migration across the southern border. So we're hearing that many of the orders will have to do with that. He also wants to increase energy production. He sees increasing energy production as a way of lowering prices, bringing inflation under control, make it easier to get permits for drilling and fracking and all these ways of producing energy.
A Trump inauguration invite is a hot ticket, and Chinese President Xi Jinping has one. Experts say he's not likely to attend, calling the invitation to a top US geopolitical rival diplomatic theater.
President Joe Biden says he's pardoning 39 people convicted of nonviolent crimes and commuting the sentences of nearly 1,500 others who were serving long prison terms. The pardons and clemency come over a week after the president signed an unconditional pardon for his son Hunter.
A senior judge has been assassinated in the Mexican resort city of Acapulco. Edmundo Roman Pinzon was gunned down on Wednesday afternoon in his car, according to images of the crime scene shared in local media reports. South Korea's opposition leader says the best way to restore order in the country is to impeach the president over his botched attempt at martial law. Yoon Suk-yeol faces a second impeachment vote on Saturday after surviving last weekend's. And a party gone royally wrong. Buckingham Palace says staff are facing an investigation following an after-party at a bar which British tabloid The Sun reported ended in a punch-up and a bar brawl. Markets now, and the rush of rate cuts over the past few days, with outsized 50 basis points move in Switzerland and Canada and a 25 basis points easing by the European Central Bank, has helped to turbocharge the US dollar. Markets are still confident of a cut by the Federal Reserve next week, but they've all but given up on a move in January, which is priced at just a 20% chance.
Since the civil war in Sudan began in April of 2023, dozens of cargo planes from the United Arab Emirates have landed on a small airstrip in neighboring Chad. What those planes have been doing out in the desert has become something of a mystery, one that our visual investigation reporter Reed Levinson in London has been looking into.
So the UAE says that they are helping Sudanese refugees. They say they have delivered at least 10,000 tons of relief supplies, medical and food supplies, to eastern Chad for Sudanese refugees. US, British diplomats and UN experts suspect that those flights are not moving humanitarian cargo, but moving weapons and arms to support the RSF in Sudan.
Okay, so how did this little landing strip raise people's suspicions?
The airstrip is in the middle of the Chad desert. It's also many days' journey from where the refugee crisis is really centered at the moment. So people started focusing on what are all these flights doing. And for this story, we obtained video that was taken on the ground at Amdras Airport, which has not been previously reported. And in this video, you can see 2 pallets on the tarmac, both with crates. Some of the crates have UAE flags on them. They're long and kind of thin. And we spoke to 3 different weapons experts, 2 of whom have worked as UN investigators. They said that the crates in the video appear to be metal and they're stacked low on the pallets. And based on that they're highly probably ammunition or weapons.
How have these shipments potentially impacted the course of Sudan's civil war?
The experts we've spoken to said that the war would not have continued with this intensity, that the RSF wouldn't have been able to make the gains and do the attacks that they have been doing, especially recently, without help from foreign countries, and that includes the UAE.
Now, how have the 2 sides in this conflict responded?
So the RSF has denied receiving any outside support. They say that they have used weapons and ammunition produced at factories in Sudan. But the Sudanese army said that Emirati arms to the RSF is a tangible fact. They said the flow of weapons and equipment from the UAE in this way to the rebel support militia has not stopped since the outbreak of this war.
In a statement sent to Reuters, the UAE denied supplying arms to the RSF via the Chad airstrip, calling the claims baseless and unfounded. Ukraine should consider dropping the age of military service for its soldiers from 25 to 18. That's according to senior US administration officials who say that Kyiv isn't mobilizing or training enough new soldiers to replace those lost on the battlefield. It speaks to an agonizing decision facing Ukrainian boys in their late teens: stay or leave before they turn 18. That's when a ban on men leaving the country takes hold. Anastasia Malenko in Kyiv has the story of 2 young men who made very different decisions.
Roman Biletsky is a native of Kyiv. He was 15 years old when Russia's full-scale invasion began. He finished his high school education here, and then he got into a Ukrainian university. But then as his 18th birthday was nearing, he was agonizing over the decision of whether to go or to stay. And then he told me that he made the decision to go when the opportunity arose in February of 2024. And he left about a month before his 18th birthday. And now he's studying in Slovakia and adjusting to his life there. He's been only able to see his mom and his sister 2 times since he left. And he has not been able to see his father since his dad can't leave the country because of the limits on men leaving the country at the moment. Our team also met another Ukrainian man, Andrei Kotik. He joined up with Ukrainian military when he was 18. He's currently 21 and he's serving with Hartia Brigade in the infantry fighting vehicle unit. When I was talking to him about the decision, he recalled talking to his friends who were also facing the same decision. And then at some point, they just went outside into the smoking area and asked each other, should we sign? And then all 4 of them ended up signing. And then he recalled the moment he had to break the news to his mom when he called her and asked for his passport details to sign the contract with Ukrainian military. And she started crying. But he told her no and said that he had to defend his homeland. He actually kept on friendly terms with a classmate who went abroad after the full-scale invasion broke out. He said that sometimes it did feel a bit hurtful because he's been serving for almost 3 years now, and him and the guys in his unit are really tired and all need to be replaced.
In today's ever-evolving markets, to gain the edge in your business, you want effortless access to the data you need, where and how you want it. LSEG's Data Universe offers unmatched breadth and depth of trusted data and news, offered seamlessly with a flexible, open approach that's led by you on the cloud or on premises. Experience the advantage of unparalleled historical data and a choice across the latency spectrum powered by market-leading technology. Together, let's explore a data universe of possibilities. LSEG Data and Analytics.
इस नेचुरल गैस एफईजी के नीचे टारगेट जोन पर है, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना यहाँ पर। ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक है 284 वाला, दैट इज अ वीक सपोर्ट एरिया। तो थोड़ा सा कम क्वांटिटी में बाइंग करना, यहाँ पर एसएल जाने के भी चांसेस हैं। इसके नीचे वाला जो सपोर्ट है ये फिर भी ठीक है, 279 यहाँ से बाइंग आती है तो डेफिनेटली नॉर्मल क्वांटिटी से कर सकते हो। यहाँ से थोड़ा कम ही क्वांटिटी से करियो, इट इज़ अ रिस्की लेवल फॉर बाइंग इन नेचुरल गैस 15 मिनट। बाकी सेलर्स कंप्लीट क्वांटिटी में एग्जिट कर लेना, हो गया उनका टारगेट कंप्लीट ऑलमोस्ट। मार्केट भी ओपन हो जाएगा, थोड़ा सा और वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे।
cap quality stocks, which is why we don't want to go full overweight on small caps or low quality. We don't think this is the part of the cycle. We're not in the
क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू फिलहाल साइड रेंज बाउंड ही है, ऊपर 6040-30 से लेकर रेजिस्टेंस है और नीचे 5930-940 सपोर्ट जोन है। तो ये रेंज बनी हुई है फिलहाल के लिए। हाई लेवल से सेल, लो लेवल से बाइंग कर सकते हो। किसी एक साइड ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन हो गया तो और मोमेंटम आएगा। यहाँ ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट हुआ तो अपसाइड, यहाँ ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हुआ, थोड़ा सा एक बड़ा फॉल एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ये सपोर्ट है, बाइंग यहाँ से कर सकते हो, ये रेजिस्टेंस, यहाँ से सेलिंग।
Sense, though, you want to hold stocks to hedge inflation, right?
And earnings growth is better. So I do think that next year what could happen is we could have a correction in the first half of next year as perhaps inflation comes back. But that's an S&P event. And actually, the average stock may not go down that much. That is an interesting kind of relative value trade that I think, people who can do that should be thinking about right now.
Interesting. So maybe a little bit cautious when it comes to the benchmark, but still opportunities to find at the single stock level in that scenario. But I do want to get your thoughts on how the different asset classes are talking to each other, because the bond market has been so volatile, especially if you take a look at the long end. Feels like the stock market, maybe some enthusiasm coming out, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be rates driven. How do you see that relationship evolving in 2025, especially if that big risk comes to fruition and the Fed can't cut as much as expected?
So the rate correlation with equities has flip-flopped quite a bit. And earlier this year, it was quite negative, meaning when rates went up, it was bad for stocks. And now, really since the fall, that's why we pivoted more cyclically. Stocks are now positively correlated to rates. And we think the sweet spot for 10-year yields is 4 to 4.5%. Like in that range, stocks can actually act okay, like as rates go higher. If we get through 4.5, and if term premium starts to increase, which would be concern about inflation, then you're going to see that correlation flip again. So we're, like everybody else, we watch how markets are reacting. It's very reflexive. But we think, once again, that 4 to 4.5% range is kind of a sweet spot.
All right, Mike, it is always great to speak with you, especially on a Friday. Have a great weekend.
Friday the 13th, no less.
Very,
That's right.
Very spooky. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
That is Mike Wilson. He is Chief U.S. Equity Strategist. Now, coming up, it is a big boom for Broadcom. Shares of the stock absolutely flying right now after delivering a bullish outlook. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
What even is an AI? Come along for the ride as we explore this tech together.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
I think most investors are intoxicated by the opportunity in artificial intelligence. $160 billion being spent this year. That's just one data point. Another data point is a $3 trillion market cap for NVIDIA against $80 billion of sales on a trailing 12-month basis. Obviously, a lot of growth is expected for NVIDIA and for other businesses in the space, but that is yet to materialize, and it's impossible to know what the scale will be of an NVIDIA or other players in the artificial intelligence ecosystem. I think investors are just so focused on the opportunity set, on what it can be, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you bought NVIDIA a year ago or 2 years ago, you're pretty excited about where it is today, and you think that it could go to the moon. As a result, you don't really focus on the risks. You're sort of just too excited about the opportunity.
We spent some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out
Let's get now to high interest. Look at what's making headlines around the world. French President Emmanuel Macron is picking Francois Bayrou to be the country's new prime minister, calling on a long-standing centrist ally to navigate a fractured political landscape that toppled the last administration. Bayrou must quickly rewrite fiscal plans with concessions to gain support from Macron's political adversaries. Investors are watching closely after months of political upheaval sparked a sell-off in French assets. And Elon Musk is trying to turn the Starbase site in Texas into a new city and officially move SpaceX's headquarters there. The company's headquarters are currently in California, but it's been building out a massive facility on the southern tip of Texas near the Mexican border. There are several steps that need to occur before Starbase can actually be created as a new city, including permission from local authorities. I feel pretty confident he can get that. Now, it's not a bird or a plane or an Iranian mothership, but officials still don't know exactly what's behind sightings of car and bus-sized drones flying over New Jersey. The drones have been spotted hovering above critical infrastructure like water reservoirs, rail stations, and police departments. The Pentagon says there's no evidence the activities are coming from a foreign entity. They really don't know what's going on. The White House says the drones are legally operated. Do they know what's going on? Some residents are taking matters into their own hands to uncover the truth. A Facebook group called New Jersey Mystery Drones has amassed nearly 32,000 members. Katie, have you seen one?
I haven't seen one. I have a ton of theories that I won't share on air, especially because we have to pivot now. We have to talk about Broadcom because the stock absolutely surging. That's after it predicted a boom in demand for its AI chips last night. The company expects the addressable market for AI components to reach $90 billion by fiscal 2027. And here with more is Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. I feel like there's two takeaways here. One, that AI spending is alive and well, and two, that Broadcom is a big beneficiary of that. Boy, it's Friday.
And also, when you look at where this $60 to $90 billion number is coming from, it's coming from 3 customers.
Yeah.
So when NVIDIA says they have hyperscale exposure,
नेचुरल गैस एफवीजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज कर चुका है, तो अब ये एफवीजी को रिमूव कर सकते हैं। नीचे सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक है, ध्यान रखना। नीचे वाला उससे थोड़ा ज़्यादा अच्छा है। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, 10 मिनट रह गए।
You're not going to forget to cancel those.
Bgrim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth.
A lot of the focus has been on inflation numbers and some of the other underlying figures that the Fed looks at.
So I think next week is easier. So we expect the Fed to cut
rates.
Easier said than done, Daniele.
That's right. It is.
That always makes me nervous.
But the real question, I don't think, is next week as such. I think it's more further down the line. There's a strong market consensus that the red sweep that we got, the forthcoming fiscal stimulus, is likely to be positive for U.S. growth, and the tariffs negative for the rest of the world, but it's a lesser focus on whether these policies could be inflationary and longer time horizons. Actually, I think there's the risk that not next week, but early next year, the Fed will slow the pace of rate cuts. They might pause for longer than the markets think. And I also believe that there is a reason why the dollar is strong. We expect more rate cuts, the side of the Atlantic with the ECB, potentially bigger rate cuts if the tariffs take a toll in Europe. So the Fed, I believe, another rate reduction, but on the hawkish side going into the new year.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Asian stocks slide after China's key economic conference disappoints investors.
We've got some data out this morning. Britain's economy contracted for the second straight month in October. You don't often see that. The economy has only grown in one of the 4 months since the Labour government took power. Joining us now, Bloomberg's UK correspondent, Lizzie Burden. What happened this time?
Well, the decline's down to manufacturing, construction, mining and quarrying output. That's where it's fallen. And you've seen bits of offsetting from telecoms, logistics and legal firms, but, you know, not enough to spare the Chancellor this embarrassment when, of course, growth is the top priority of the government. The response from the Treasury is that we're determined to deliver economic growth. Higher growth means increased living standards for everyone, everywhere. We know that. That's exactly what the previous government said. This is the sort of language you hear before the election, right? We've been hearing it for months. The data, very, very difficult.
Yeah, what is the outlook ahead then, Lizzie?
This is what's interesting. So economists are divided. I've had a note from Deutsche's Sanjay Raja saying that there's probably more bad news on the horizon. He's pointing to all of this pessimistic survey data. He notes that the picture for the fourth quarter from the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility isn't as pessimistic as that survey data. So he says the risk of a quarterly contraction is no longer negligible. And that contrasts with Dan Hansen, our very own chief UK economist. He says that growth is likely to pick up into 2025 on the back of Rachel Reeves's looser fiscal policy. And he says that this isn't really likely to move the dial for the Bank of England. So such big questions as we go into 2025. You just asked Jana Randau whether the ECB's holding its horses to see what Donald Trump does in January. It looks like the BOE is going to stay on hold next week as well.
But we'll ask him. This is Bloomberg.
Holders and Twitter got shortchanged somehow. So the SEC, and we only know this because Musk published this letter, or he made it public, but he didn't publish all of it. So the SEC wants Musk to pay fines, or else they say they're going to go after him. However, as we all know, Gary Gensler, the current SEC chair, is stepping down. He's going to be replaced by somebody Donald Trump is going to appoint, and Elon Musk, who is sort of like the unelected vice president, is sort of laughing this all off because Trump is going to take over and the SEC is going to throw this out. So it's going to amount to nothing. So That's why Elon Musk has seems to have a rather droll attitude about it, trolling Gary Gensler on Twitter.
Rick, is he too quick to dismiss any of those concerns?
Well, this is how Elon Musk plays this. I mean, even back when the most serious allegations of Musk were that he committed securities fraud back in, I think it was 2018, when he made that tweet about taking Tesla private at $420 a share when there was no deal whatsoever to take Tesla private. He got fined for that, and he pouted and stomped his feet and said, the SEC is being so unfair to me, whereas by most objective standards, that is blatant securities fraud. To say you're going to get a deal at a certain, I mean, you mentioned the stock price and you are the CEO and you're the largest shareholder in the company and you say something that's clearly false, as we learned later. So he's had a beef with the SEC ever since then, as if Elon Musk doesn't have to play by the rules that all the other public shareholders have to play by. He got a wrist slap basically in that case. And this is coming way late in the Biden term, and nothing's going to happen. So this is Elon Musk 3.0, if you will, the Trump whisperer.
And we have much more to hear from that over the coming months and years. All right, Rick, thanks so much.
Bye, guys.
Coming up, we are bringing you the opening bell on Wall Street when Morning Brief returns.
गाइस 3 मिनट लेफ्ट यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है नेचुरल गैस टारगेट हो गया बुक कर सकते हैं ध्यान रखना ये सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा वीक है नीचे वाला ठीक है 284 बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी कोई बाइंग में गया था तो वो भी अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लें नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे देखते हैं किस तरह से मूव करता है ऊपर गया तो फिर डे हाई तक टारगेट रहेगा नीचे आता है तो फिर से बाइंग प्लान करेंगे US market is going to open.
Conversation up next. This is Bloomberg.
Compassion guided B. Grim as Thailand.
को देखोगे तो पहले वाले सपोर्ट पे रुक गया है स्टिल होल्डिंग वो सारे के सारे मार्केट indices देखोगे स्पेशली नॉट indices बट कमोडिटीज नेगेटिव ही चल रही हैं
We don't know what that is. I just think they're not being honest with us. I think that if we don't know, if our government really has no idea, then they're even more incompetent than I thought. We've got to get to the bottom of this, and they need to level with the American people about what's going on. It's crazy. Yeah, you can't tell me.
US market open.
Coming up on Wall Street as we kick off the final trading day of the week. You got Tin Can ringing the opening bell down at the New York Stock Exchange, and you have a CH Robinson ringing the bell from the NASDAQ, the logistics company there, as we kick off the final trading day of the week. We're looking to reverse some of that downward pressure that we have seen a little bit more broadly speaking when you take a look at the Dow coming off its longest losing streak that we have seen since April, I believe. So here we are at the open. We're seeing a bit of a mixed open here. I believe you have the Dow just holding on to gains up just about 0.1%. You do have the S&P trading to the upside here as it calibrates here. Takes just about a second. We're a little bit delayed. Let's take a look at the S&P up just about 0.3%. We're going to wait for the NASDAQ to calibrate there. Taking a look at the Russell 2000.
Had a rough month thus far, although as Katie and Mike Wilson point out, seasonality is good for the Russell in December. You hear the opening bell ringing down the New York Stock Exchange. Timken, they're apparently innovating for tomorrow, and C.H. Robinson down at the NASDAQ market site. Now, it is still set to be a down week, and if we don't move up much higher, it'll be the first losing week in 4, but maybe we can get there by the end of the session. Katie Greifeld, what does it look like right now?
It's certainly possible. A lot can happen between 9:30 and 4 p.m. as we learn every single day. And you take a look at this setup right now on this Friday the 13th. You can see the S&P 500 currently up about 0.3%. Like Matt said, heading into today, the S&P 500 is down about 0.6% for the week. That would be the first down week in several. So we'll see what happens. Big tech currently in charge. The Nasdaq 100 up about 0.9%. We know Broadcom popping off right now has to be lifting that benchmark. The small caps, they had a rough day yesterday. They're having a not so nice day today. We already flipped up, but the Russell 2000 down about 0.2% right now. Now we'll get to Broadcom. Of course, you can see that shares are soaring right now, chasing all-time highs. It reported earnings last night, anticipating sales of AI products to jump 65% in the first quarter alone. AI revenue also grew 220% during the year. So you add it all together, shares are soaring. This is now a $1 trillion company. We're also keeping an eye on shares of a firm because shares soar.
100 कम रखना नेचुरल गैस में, ठीक है. सपोर्ट फर्स्ट वाला 284 थोड़ा सा वीक है. क्रूड ऑयल भी लगभग पहुंचने वाला है टारगेट जोन पे. ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो चुका है, तो अब ये वर्केबल नहीं है, ध्यान रखना. बाकी सेलर्स एग्जिट कर लेना, उनका टारगेट हो गया है. हो सकता है और गिरे टिल ओवर हियर, बट इतना ही टारगेट है फिलहाल के लिए सेलर्स का. यहाँ से थोड़ा सा पुल बैक आ सकता है, थोड़ा सा वीक है बट है, सपोर्ट तो बना रखा है. लेट्स सी कितना बाइंग आता है यहाँ से. थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखियो, फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे. यहाँ से फिर भी थोड़ा नॉर्मल बाइंग करेंगे. ऊपर टारगेट एफईजी तक का ही है, और कोई रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर बना तो है नहीं अभी.
November and December, they think that it is going to play out for the rest of this year, although the fiscal year 2025 for them does end relatively soon.
That's the euro. Here's the U.S. dollar index, pretty close to its highs as well. Let's get to the sector action, and I think we were just looking at
the rest of the retail space. What we're looking at here is the S&P 500 Consumer Discretionary Index in white, up about 36%, and then staples this year up about 35%. The best year, up 17%. The best year since 2019. So really some consumer strength there. The S&P 500 right in the middle, up more than 25% strength any way you slice and dice it. But Katie, we of course have this bifurcated consumer, and it's really interesting because RH, of course, is a super high-end furniture, but so does Ethan Allen. Take a look at RH on the year now with today's gain up close to 55%, whereas Ethan Allen down on the year. RH booming along. Ethan Allen had a couple of misses. They both have pretty high short interest, but it seems like those bears are winning just a little bit more on Ethan Allen. RH, one of today's big winners, and on the year too.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. I think
no mention of Lovesac.
I knew
no
that
mention of Wayfair.
We all knew you were going there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it is interesting because Wayfair, I think they're doing a little bit better. Or no, actually, they're doing terribly for the year. And you compare that to RH, and like Abigail was saying, it's really hard to talk about the consumer as a monolith right now. Everything feels so company specific, so C-suite specific that it's hard to really paint with a broad brush when it comes to some of these names that are even within the same sector, but
I'm just pulling up the comp screen. You know, I like a solid 5-year period, and Wayfair is down 40% over the past 5 years, whereas Restoration Hardware has doubled. I will reiterate Lovesac, though, because I absolutely
even though it's a
love.
tiny company.
I know it's a small company, but it's a hilarious name, and the stock has done really well, better than those other two, up 133%. It had a tough day yesterday. It fell like 24% after a bad outlook, but they make giant couches that are a little bit too extravagant for my wife's taste, and they have built-in subwoofers.
That's nice. Do they have, like, you know, I can really put my drink down and
if you put your drink down, it'll charge.
Okay, great.
Wirelessly.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the 5-year look. 130% or so. Matt, of course, is all bold up there. Let's broaden out this conversation now with Evans May Wealth Managing Partner Brooke May. And Brooke, I want to come to you on the consumer, the conversation we were just having. I won't ask you about Lovesac specifically, but you look even within a single sector, a single industry, and there's big dispersion at this point in the year. What do you make of that when you're trying to evaluate this market?
It makes it difficult. And as we know, the S&P 500 is predominantly driven by the top 7 names. And so whenever we talk about the direction of the index, it's going to really lead with big tech and AI. However, there is a dispersion right now between earnings, and all companies aren't created equally. So you really have to look at where the earnings growth
over the last
is.
2 trading weeks, it hasn't been months or even years of that bad volatility. And Chris Veroni this morning adding that 70 to 85% of stocks have been within their 200-day moving average all year this year. So
Purchases and orders, but we still don't really have that, right, Brooke? Because even if I look at something as seemingly silly as the furniture makers, tariffs really matter, and we need to know what they're going to be before we buy those stocks for next year.
We couldn't agree more. When we look right now at the Fed, there's a 96% probability that they're going to cut rates next week, but we fully expect them to pause in January. And we think that pause is going to be also correlated to the fact that they're going to wait and see what the Trump administration wants to do and if those policies are inflationary. It's scary. 60% tariffs on Chinese goods. When we look at the U.S. economy, we're very dependent on those imports. And during the first term, a lot of those increases in tariffs were absorbed by the manufacturers. And that won't happen this time around, at least not to the full extent. So I think that the Fed will partially pause just to see if tariffs are implemented or whether we're going to see just some symbolic tariffs and then some negotiation after that.
I want to dial in on the Fed here. Of course, we're counting down to their meeting next week. We were just having a conversation with Mike Wilson, who said one of the biggest risks for 2025 is that the Fed can't deliver the rate cuts that the market is expecting. And if we do get that pause starting in January, do you think that the market is prepared for it at this point?
The market has done very well, clearly, and we're optimistic going into next year. Our price target is in line with Mike Wilson's at 6,500. That said, we think that there's really quite a bit that can happen between now and then. And so we're going to just wait and see what the data has in store for us and then go from there.
What about alternatives to stocks? Is there any alternative to U.S. stocks? Do you like other regions?
We don't. Right now, internationally is trading at a discount, but it always trades at a discount. And we feel like that discount is warranted. We think that the best risk to return right now.
Discount, Brooke, must get too deep, right? At some point, EM falls off so much that it's too cheap to ignore.
We still think it's the best risk to return. Yes, you can make money in EM, but there's a lot of factors at play right now. Tariffs, for example, in addition to other factors. And so we continue to like U.S. We're equity biased. Most of our portfolios are equities. We don't use a lot of alternatives because we think that over time, that's where you're going to make the most money. And right now, we're overweight significantly to the U.S.
That's interesting. I mean, is there anything that would change that setup from you, either when it comes to the U.S. side of things or maybe the rest of the world side of things?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If we were to see some bifurcation and the U.S. started to struggle, however, foreign markets were doing better and foreign economies were doing better, we absolutely would shift. But right now, we think that the U.S. is the best game in town.
We have the Fed next week, Brooke. And of course, we're dialing back our expectations for the cuts in 2025. I think everyone's on board that there will be a cut December 18th. But how important is the Fed to this market? Is it taking a back seat to things like economic growth, to things like tariffs?
We're at a point now where rates aren't necessarily crippling. And whenever we look at other factors at play, we think that really CEO sentiment right now is a factor that we're focusing on more than usual. And when we looked pre-election, CEO sentiment was stable, but not overly optimistic. And we think the next read, there's going to be a shift to more optimism. And CEOs are the ones making the decisions on hiring, firing, and also spending from a corporate standpoint. And there's a lot to feel good about right now if you're a business. We likely will see lower corporate tax rates. We're going to see probably some deregulation. And we've seen hiring conditions improve. So all that, in addition to spending, right now we think that businesses are going to increase their spending on CapEx and R&D, maybe 7 to 8% next year. We expect share buyback spending to be up 20% and dividend spending to be up about 7%. That's a good environment to be an investor.
Brooke, great to get some time with you. Hopefully we get you here in the office soon. Brooke May there, Evans May Wealth Managing Partner. Coming up, we're going to take a look at which cars revved our engines in 2024. I did not write that pun.
Are you sure?
But I read it.
And which cost that companies are going to have to bear in the form likely of lower margins if, some of the more punitive tariff policies are put in place. And so I think it becomes very much a stock picker's market in this environment where you're going to have more dispersion across companies between those that are more insulated from tariff policy and are just going to reap the benefits of lower regulation versus those that are going to be more exposed to tariff policy. In aggregate, we're still going to have, I think, a fairly decent year next year for stocks. It might be a little bit volatile, particularly as some of these tariff policies are put in place. But we're still in an environment where coming out of the fourth quarter, the U.S. consumer is doing exceptionally well. We've seen strength build into the fourth quarter. There was a period of weakness over the summer for the U.S. consumer. That's now been ameliorated, and we're seeing actually strength build into the fourth quarter. Consumption growth has been strong. U.S. GDP growth has been strong, and inflation is still, somewhat muted. It's potentially bottomed, in the very short run, but we still expect that it's going to continue to fall next year. So you're coming off a period of strength. I think that the equity market's going to do well next year, but I would be really specific about staying away from anything that's really exposed to tariff-related concerns.
All right, Aaron Brown, thanks so much. Coming up, Costco is seeing some steady demand despite raising its membership fees. We're going to break down those numbers. That's coming up next on Morning Brief. As we head to break, let's take a look at Broadcom. You're looking at a jump of just about 20%. The stock seeing its biggest intraday gain in 4 years. This coming following its blowout results. Also, the guidance that the company gave, very much stoking some of the excitement surrounding AI, what exactly that demand is going to look like heading in to the new year. We're also seeing some of its competitors.
Friday morning trading is underway with tech stocks leading a Friday morning rally on Wall Street. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. At the open, the S&P 500 is higher by 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 0.1%, getting close to 44,000. And the NASDAQ Composite opens with a 0.5% gain, getting close again to the 20,000 level. The 10-year Treasury yield is up about 2 basis points to 4.35%. Shares of Broadcom up 18.5% at the open after predicting a boom in AI chip demand. Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst Mandeep Singh says Broadcom sees strong demand from rival NVIDIA's customers, including Google and Meta Platforms.
The fact that Broadcom is so optimistic about the ramp up of these customers on their platform, it just goes to show that if Google is building a 1 million cluster of their TPUs, they're using Broadcom, and probably they are moving away from NVIDIA to an extent, but they could use both.
Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence, and this jump at the open brings Broadcom's market value to $1 trillion for the first time. The case against the suspect in United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's murder has taken another legal step. Bloomberg News has learned the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has already begun presenting evidence to a grand jury against Luigi Mangione. That panel will vote in secret on whether to bring more charges against the 26-year-old. Mangione is currently fighting extradition to New York to face a second-degree murder charge. He's being held in Pennsylvania on gun and forgery counts. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Iraq. This is an unannounced visit to Baghdad after talks in Turkey on the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria.
We're very focused on Syria, very focused on the opportunity that now is before us and before the Syrian people to move from out from under the shackles of Bashar al-Assad to a different and better future for the Syrian people.
That was Secretary Blinken earlier in the Turkish capital, Ankara. He meets now in Baghdad with Iraq's prime minister. Meanwhile, Russia launched a massive airstrike on western Ukraine overnight. Almost 200 drones, more than 90 missiles. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says it was one of the largest attacks on his country's power infrastructure since the war began. President Biden is set to take part in a virtual meeting with G7 leaders this morning on Ukraine and Syria. France has a new prime minister. President Emmanuel Macron has named longtime centrist ally François Bayrou after Michel Barnier lost his no-confidence vote last week. We get more from Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Stephen Carroll.
We have the name, finally. The hard work now begins. How will François Bayrou, someone with a long history and experience in French politics, be able to build a coalition to get a budget passed and restore some sense of normality, if that's possible, to French politics where they are now?
Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll reporting on the situation in Paris from our European headquarters in London. Back here in the U.S., another big name in big tech, maybe making nice with President-elect Donald Trump. Fox News Digital is reporting OpenAI CEO Sam Altman plans to make a personal $1 million donation to Trump's inaugural next month. That's after a confirmed $1 million gift from Amazon, which also plans to stream the event as an in-kind donation. We get more from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern.
These are just the companies we've heard about. Obviously, there is going to be a slew of companies that are lining up, potentially as an olive branch, donating $1 million, which for them really isn't a lot. But it's the notion and this idea that, look, we're giving to your inaugural committee. We are ready and willing to work with this incoming administration.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern reports Meta Platforms is also donating $1 million to the Trump inaugural. Back on Wall Street, most economists see the Federal Reserve cutting interest rates next week, then slowing the pace to 3 cuts next year. That's according to a Bloomberg survey out this morning. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says the central bank will have to keep the incoming Trump administration in mind.
I think they're going to assume that the 2017 tax cuts do get extended. So I think what Powell said at the last press conference, we don't guess, speculate, assume, is actually contradicted by what they actually did in December 2016 when they did include the fiscal policy stimulus that they thought was going to be enacted by the first Trump administration. That was in the forecast.
Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley writes a lot more about this in his latest Bloomberg Opinion column. You can find it at Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal. That's news when you want it.
What's the stickiness factor among some of their wealthiest consumers, the more affluent consumers that are signing up for Costco memberships, trying to get gold bars, and maybe purchasing some Kirkland irons?
Sure. Well, they've seen very good results from gold and jewelry, up double digits in the quarter. And their general merchandise business was actually up high single digits. Most other retailers are seeing lackluster results for general merchandise. They're actually negative. There's one other retailer that's been positive in the last quarter at mass, and that's Walmart. And it was up low single digits for the first time in 11 quarters of being down. So you're seeing really, really strong results from Costco in a general merchandise category, which I think speaks to their ability to curate amazing items. And it's a credit to Costco's merchants that really resonate with their customer that is a bit higher income. And a lot of these members, they have 77 million members now as of the last quarter, are actually executive members who over the next year, given Costco's raising their membership fee, are going to be paying not $120, but $130 because they raised the membership fee recently.
Are they going to be able to continue to expand their footprint, do you think, just given the macroeconomic environment right now?
They're opening clubs at the fastest rate on a nominal basis than they've ever done. Costco's opening, call it 25 to 30 units a year, and most of those are actually indexing to the U.S. And historically, if you go back, they had always said that they wanted to open more internationally, but there's just so much fill-in opportunity in existing markets in the U.S. that they're going to continue to open more units in the U.S. than they are internationally. Now, the goal is to ultimately index 50-50, but right now it's much more U.S. And I'll give you one example. They just recently opened a new unit in Pleasanton, California. They did this the day before Thanksgiving. The unit opened the first day at $2.9 million. That's the highest single day of sales for a new unit ever.
गाइस नेचुरल का फिर से रिपीट कर दूं, ये जो लोग सेलिंग में थे निकल जाना, उनका टारगेट हो गया। बाइंग वाले थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, ये लेवल वीक है थोड़ा सा, 284 वाला लेवल थोड़ा सा वीक है, तो क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना। यहाँ पर नीचे वाला सपोर्ट थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, 278। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आता है तो यही एफईजी तक ही थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगा। थोड़ा सा वीक है रेजिस्टेंस। बाकी क्रूड स्टिल रेंज के अंदर ही है, ऊपर जाएगा वापस सेल कर सकते हो, रेजिस्टेंस से नीचे आएगा वापस बाइंग कर सकते हो, तो रेंज अभी भी बनी हुई है इसमें। यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो चुका है और कोई डेटा नहीं है, नॉर्मल ही प्राइस बिहेव करेगा, ध्यान रखना इसका। लाइक भी करते रहो, 80 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 100 लाइक्स इज द टारगेट।
That is that the EBIT per square foot or operating profit per square foot actually ties directly to fundamentals and continues to point up and to the right. So there actually is further upside, not only to numbers here, but also valuation.
Corey, real quick before we let you go, there was one thing that you pointed out in your note that you didn't really like from this quarter, and that was the fact that renewal rates here for membership did slightly dip here during the quarter. Why isn't that a bigger concern to you?
So this is driven by more members that joined online. And there is a bit of a caveat. So the renewal rate was about 90.5% last fiscal year. It dipped 10 basis points, very modest, to 90.4. It was driven by more online signups. Those online signups tend to have a little bit lower retention rate. However, the core of the business, which accounts for most of their members, is very, very healthy. So no real underlying concern here, but it is something to be aware of. And Costco had pointed out that this may be a headwind to renewal rates for this fiscal year.
All right, Corey, we got to leave it there. I got to go pick up some pesto butter salmon real quick. I'll be back. Thanks so much for taking the time here.
Thank you.
Coming up, everyone, a look at the analyst calls that are moving the stocks this morning. Stay tuned. You're watching Morning Brief.
Oh, yeah. You're in.
A lot of things dominating the conversation, but none more than the next presidential administration. When you think about what President-elect Trump, who you have given to for his prior campaign and the most recent one, what do you think the most impactful change will be to investors over the next 4 years?
Well, the most impactful aspect of the new administration will be less regulation and less interference with private enterprise. Having grown up in a socialist country, I've come to a conviction early on in my life that a free market economy is the only way to efficiently run a society. And so I'm very happy that this is the outcome that we had this election time. I did not contribute as much to President Trump as I did to other candidates, other Republican candidates. I've always been a Republican all my life because, as I said, a good economy can only be based on private entrepreneurship.
Speaking of the Republican Party beyond Trump, I am very curious to hear what your thoughts are for Ron DeSantis' political future at the end of his term as Florida governor. Where do you think his career goes from here?
Well, unfortunately, I think Ron DeSantis shot himself in the foot with this 6-week abortion issue, and he could. I don't know if he will change his politics on that or not. That is going to be a very difficult situation. I was a great supporter of Ron for many years, up until he came up with this 6-week abortion thing, because I don't believe in it. I don't think it's a good thing.
Beyond Ron DeSantis, who do you think he has put up for the Senate seat for Marco Rubio? Who do you think takes that spot in Florida? Who would you like to see take that spot? Who would you be backing?
Well, I think Ron DeSantis would probably be the best candidate for that Senate seat, and I hope that he will do that rather than being Secretary of Defense, because, I mean, from a point of view of his political future, I think a senatorial seat would be a better place to jump off of than Secretary of Defense.
What then do you make of the reports that Lara Trump is being put up for that Senate spot? Do you think that she has a significant place there?
Well, she certainly has done a good job this time around, but I think I don't really know how old she is. Is she old enough to become a senator? She must be if they are talking about her, right? But I think she's still a very young woman, no?
So, you of course, are a very prominent Florida resident yourself. Activity in Florida has been very heated. A lot of people from Wall Street moving down there. And, of course, with the president-elect at the Winter White House, what has it been like there? Have you seen much more increased activity, especially from the business community, in what is now known as Wall Street South?
Well, you see, it's especially from my point of view, because I live only 3 houses away from Mar-a-Lago. So many times I cannot get out of my house because there are so many cars waiting in line that it's very hard for me to go anywhere. So there is a hell of a lot of traffic there. The road is always closed up. And unfortunately, these assassination attempts are very difficult to cope with. So yes, it's not easy to live in Palm Beach nowadays.
You were talking earlier about the pro-growth agenda, but nothing to say yet of the tariff agenda. That is something that has spooked a significant portion of the business community. Do you think that if they are put on as aggressively as had been postured during the campaign, that there could be ramifications, inflation, that pervades the U.S. economy?
Yes, it's certainly possible, but I agree with Trump that is probably a best tool to get to the point where we want to get to, and I think the opposite side will see that and will agree with it, and they will give in.
What does this all mean at the end of the day for you at Interactive Brokers? If you are looking at a pro-growth agenda and stock markets now at record highs, another day of gains in the NASDAQ 100, just soaring equities, what does it mean for business for you, your clients, and your ability to grow?
Well, it's extremely good for our business, but I'm afraid that the markets are becoming overextended, and that sometime in the future we will have a downturn in the markets. But I don't think it's going to be a very violent and very far. It will not go very far. So I'm extremely optimistic about the next 4 years and maybe even thereafter.
What do you think this means for the potential to grow inorganically? Have you considered mergers and acquisitions for Interactive Brokers?
Yes, we have. It is difficult for us to engage in any of that because most firms we look at that we would buy are charging more for their services than what we do, and they would price themselves based on those revenues and incomes. And of course, if we were to take them over and we reduce the charges to our level, then those profits would go down. So we would buy a firm that where I don't think that that their cost reductions would be equally, at least as high as what the revenue reductions would be. So it is difficult.
A lot of people...
It would be better off, I think, building our own, reinvesting in our own business rather than going out and buying others.
A lot of people believe that in the next administration you would have much looser antitrust regulations as well, much lighter antitrust enforcement. Does that mean, you said you would build yourself, but would you ever consider a transformative deal? Something that would be a merger of equals or even larger?
This is not a question I was prepared to deal with today, but, well, of course, I mean, we will look at everything, but it doesn't mean that this is not something I ever thought about, to tell you frankly.
So the other thing where a lot of investors are expecting much lighter regulation is in the world of cryptocurrencies. How do you feel about cryptocurrencies from where you stand? And do you think that when your clients are going to interactive brokers, it's going to be something they're asking about more and more and more?
So cryptocurrencies are a very interesting area. We have been into cryptocurrencies for about 3 years. We charge less commission on a cryptocurrency trade than any other firm other than Robinhood, but Robinhood has a wider spread because they get their commissions paid by the market maker who they send their orders to. So I think on balance, our platform is probably the most efficient one for a crypto trader. Otherwise, to tell you frankly, I'm a sort of scared of cryptos because, you know, they can go to any price because it's basically just a figment of imagination. So it doesn't have any underlying value. The only value it has is the same as the paper dollar, which is nothing.
But you've seen people pour in nonetheless through ETFs. You saw the price of Bitcoin get to $100,000. Will the investor of tomorrow be more likely to buy Bitcoin or a U.S. stock?
Well, it depends. Well, for a Bitcoin, you can buy U.S. stocks, right? For a U.S. stock, it's more difficult to buy Bitcoin, right? So I think that anybody who does not have Bitcoin should have some Bitcoin, but not too much. I would recommend that people put maybe their 2 to 3% of their net worth into Bitcoin. And we, for example, will not allow anyone to invest more than 10% of their assets into Bitcoin because I think that would be very dangerous.
And if you have one area that investors should look at for next year, the biggest risk on the horizon, everyone is talking about so much growth and soaring stock markets. You mentioned you're worried that you could actually see a downturn, which is contrary to what everybody else is out there saying, right? Many people are out there saying right now. What's the biggest risk on the horizon?
So a downturn is a very big risk because margin balances have been growing very, very quickly. And especially if you take a thing like Bitcoin, I mean, you know, if, margins on Bitcoin futures, for example, charged by the CME are extremely low. So I am very worried that people overextend themselves. A sudden hit comes into the market and Bitcoin falls, say, 30, 40, 50% from one day to the next. There'll be many bankruptcies. The clearinghouse will be unable to pick up the pieces, and it basically will, all the debt the bad debt will be transferred to the clearing members. So this is a difficult situation if it happens. Now, the probability is not very high that it will happen, but it certainly could happen. So I wish that everybody please pay attention to these situations and try to take preventive measures and do not extend margins so easily.
Move with the market, and you're seeing less and less of that now. Now it's really down to company management decisions, the businesses that they're in. You know, AI is obviously a huge theme that will continue, but I just think it means that there's lots of opportunities under the surface, and just buying a large cap index, I think, is going to leave money on the table.
Stephanie, when you take a look at the concentration or the lack of breadth, more broadly speaking, in the market, especially what we have seen just this month alone, how is that then? Is that introducing maybe more risk into some of these calls, or even into your outlook looking ahead to next year? Just talking about the fact that maybe it's going to take a little bit longer for some of that broadening to happen.
Maybe it does. I think it will just come in waves. Like, you know, small caps rallied a ton after the election. Now you've seen a little bit of a pullback, and you're having the largest tech names doing better. I think it will just sort of, you know, go as earnings come out, as news comes out, but it
इस नेचुरल गैस नीचे आ गए सपोर्ट से, इसमें लोअर सर्किट लगने वाला है, ध्यान रखना। 5.81% डाउन है, 6% पे लोअर सर्किट लग जाता है। थोड़ा सा नीचे आया तो लोअर सर्किट ही लग जाएगा। नीचे यहीं पर फिर एक फाइनल सपोर्ट है 279 के अराउंड। ये सपोर्ट होल्ड नहीं किया, इसके नीचे क्लोज होती है कैंडल तो निकल जाना। किसी ने अगर बाई किया था तो एसएल जा चुका है, एग्जिट। यहाँ से फिर बाइंग का प्लान रखना। थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक एक्सपेक्टेड जरूर है, अच्छा सपोर्ट भी है नीचे वाला अगर कैंडल क्लोज होती है इस लेवल के नीचे।
They're trading long-term average, they're about 3 times below what they tend to trade of 2026 earnings expectations. But they tend to be just a little more stable than small cap names. They tend to have a little more breadth in terms of the sectors, whereas small caps tend to be like financials and industrials. You really have to believe in our economy growing very strongly relative to other economies. And if you have tariffs coming in, that might disrupt that a bit. So I just think mid caps are in the sweet spot. Like, I call them the middle child that get ignored, but it could be, I think, a good place to have money.
Stephanie, as we look ahead, and this is a little bit more short-term thinking, but you look ahead to the Fed meeting next week and some of the commentary that we're going to get, the dot plot projections in terms of the path forward here for policy. How much of that has already been baked into the current prices here for the market? And I guess how big of a factor do you see that being relative to the Fed conversation and the driving factor that was in terms of the narrative that we've heard this past year?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as much. That's why I think, like, it's expected that they'll cut next week, especially because of after the CPI and just sort of showing a little bit cooling under the hood. So I think that eventually it will stop being such an issue, because I do think they're going to stop cutting by the time they get to around 4%. I think, you know, consensus is 3.75, so we're not that far off. But I just think growth is going to be strong enough, and the labor market is not going to be soft enough for them to cut further than that. And so then I think it becomes a non-part of the conversation.
Is any potential dip, short-term or longer-term, that may come off of that a viable one?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, we've had such a strong market, and I think that could continue into year-end. I wouldn't be that surprised if we had a little bit of a pullback in January, to be honest. Like, just because I think people might want to wait to take gains and stuff like that, and, you know, and put off paying taxes on them.
Well, that's another thing I've been wondering about is if some of the euphoria we've seen in a few names, particularly Bitcoin-related names, could be sort of a competition factor for broader equities here. What activity are you seeing on platform with Robinhood investors when it comes to crypto-related stocks?
Very strong. I mean, it's the one thing that we've seen probably act differently. Like, we've seen our customers took profits in Tesla, for example, during the month of November, and started putting that money into some of the large cap tech names, which makes sense, right? Like, it's worked, and they've caught up. Our Robinhood Investor Index has caught up in terms of returns on a year-to-date basis, simply just from the month of November. It sort of had double the amount of returns. But in names like MicroStrategy, that's where it's actually been very different. They haven't necessarily been playing the volatility and selling, trimming winners there. They've just kind of been holding on and even having it a place be net buy.
Is that something you see, though, carrying through?
I think so. I mean, I think a lot of expectations of what could happen in the crypto industry are already in these names. So I think we have to see what actually comes to fruition. I would hate for this to be buy on the rumor, sell on the news kind of situation. But if you do have something come in, like the Bitcoin Act that has been floated around, like that is really huge for the entire industry and makes it way more viable for a lot of institutions who've probably just been watching.
Yeah, that's a great point. Stephanie Gill, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Coming up, we are looking at today's trending tickers. We're going to give you the news behind those moves. That's coming up next on Catalyst.
Yahoo Finance has been releasing its coveted annual Company of the Year award since 2014. We'll reveal a winner in the following categories: Company of the Year, Surprise of the Year, Product of the Year, and Comeback of the Year. Be sure to tune into Yahoo Finance starting December 16th for the big reveal. Trust me, you won't want to miss this stuff.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue. So you
how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
Entered the energy
economy, I believe, is going to be very strong. We do have to solve some problems. We have wars going on that we didn't have. We have a lot of things happening that we didn't have that would have never happened. They would have never happened, but now they have happened. And I want to get them solved. We have to get them solved because ultimately the power of weaponry today is the biggest.
And
threat we have,
Broadcom shares are surging this morning after the semiconductor company predicted a boom in demand for its artificial intelligence chips. AI product sales will gain 65% in the first quarter, far faster than its overall semiconductor growth of about 10%, according to the company. Meanwhile, Costco getting a slew of analyst upgrades today as the company posted quarterly profit that beat expectations, showing the big box retailer remains unfazed by tighter consumer spending. The results reinforce Costco's unique position among retailers as its affluent customer base, which is willing to pay an annual membership, helps to insulate the company.
what we were able to do with Dynatrace and with Grail was take, for the cost of the other platforms,
more heavily on the country. We also talk Trump is returning to the White House come January. Lots to talk about what exactly the geopolitical relationship is going to be, the risk, especially when it comes to the U.S.-China relations. Obviously, when you think of a company that could be caught up in the crosshairs there, just in terms of some of the blowback that could ensue, I think many people and many investors will think of a name like Apple. So I think you could make the argument or the jump here that we could see Apple maybe place a little bit more of an emphasis, like we have seen in recent years, trying to diversify their supply chain out of China, away from China, to be a little bit less reliant than they have been in the past.
It's an important example of how these tariffs don't necessarily lead to any sort of stateside moves from these companies, right? They're going to look for other countries in the APAC region here. It's interesting, too, because this follows subsidies offered by Prime Minister Modi to increase some of this tech presence in India. But, of course, we know what this is about. As you perfectly laid out, Shauna, this is about a preventative measure ahead of those Trump tariffs, most likely here. We do know already that Apple sales in India have gone up over 33% to a new record high as of late. And, of course, that comes ahead of this second product of the AirPods being produced in India, following, of course, the iPhone. All right, next up, Amazon is the latest tech company to donate to Trump's inaugural fund, and I should say that matches Meta's donation of $1 million. The company will also stream Trump's inauguration on Prime Video, a separate in-kind donation worth another $1 million. I think it's really interesting and right to point out the $1 million amount from both Amazon and Meta, because that's nothing for these companies, but it is a symbol of them kind of being able to kiss the rain ahead of Trump 2.0. Something that I think is fascinating here is the reaction function that we have seen from these big tech companies to Trump 2.0, and this is something the president-elect talked about at the New York Stock Exchange, the idea of a friendlier reception this time around. Neither one of these companies donated to the inaugural fund the first time around, and if anything, the reaction function was a little bit more negative. You had the Women's March, several protests planned around Inauguration Day in 2016. We're seeing a very different response in Trump 2.0, especially when it comes to some of these big companies.
Yeah, exactly. We certainly have seen more and more tech executives that really start to try to cozy up to Trump, or at least improve relations when you compare it to some of the tense relations that we certainly saw play out during the first term there under President-elect Trump. When you take into account what this ultimately means, there are reports that Jeff Bezos is going to be meeting with Trump next week in Mar-a-Lago. So this donation will be coming, or this announcement here, in either coinciding with that, or obviously leading right up to that expected meeting that is that is going to take place. That's according to reports here from the Journal. But I think just looking ahead, just what ultimately this means for the broader tech landscape. We know the Trump administration. Not only was President-elect Trump very critical of the Trump administration, very critical of the tech industry, just in terms of his rhetoric and some of his commentary, and often targeting many of these executives and their companies, just in terms of his either personal or more broadly speaking, criticisms, policies, exactly, was huge here for the Trump administration first time around. I think second time around that could be a little bit different. We're seeing that lots of questions about what exactly policy is going to look like, what exactly antitrust regulation is going to look like, which we know, of course, has massive implications for some of these larger names.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get a check in on chip stocks. Broadcom surging 20%, lifting other names in the sector. That includes NVIDIA and Marvell. We talked to Stacey Raskin. He's an analyst over at Bernstein last hour talking about this, and I asked him ultimately what a blowout quarter here in terms of the guidance from Broadcom, what that ultimately means for other names within the sector. When you take a look at Marvell, when you take a look at NVIDIA specifically, and he was talking about that outsized demand. And what we are hearing from Broadcom, what we did hear from Broadcom executives during the earnings call, and he said it was, quote, a rising tide that lifts all boats. He sees this as very, very bullish signal here for many of these AI players. We talk about the fact that many of them have really been pacing the gains here over the last several months, 12 to 18 months, when we talk about the second stage or the stage here of the bull market rally. So looking ahead to next year and some of that demand where companies are still willing to spend, many of them are turning for that CapEx towards technology, towards AI, and we're seeing a number of these names obviously benefit as a result.
Absolutely. I mean, take a look at Marvell, up nearly 10% on the day off of no fundamental news for that company. It's about Broadcom, and the number that stands out to me, 220%. That is the AI revenue growth for Broadcom year on year. And to your point, Shauna, another proof point for the market that the AI CapEx story is one that is going to continue heading into next year. I think it's really interesting that NVIDIA is not seeing more of a rally today, perhaps off the back of kind of broader market pressures, though we do see the Philadelphia Semiconductor Sector Index. That's up over 3% today after being under pressure for a little bit of seasonality, but weaker than seasonally expected sales on broader chips outside of AI. So interesting to see that sector getting a little bit of a recovery today, too.
Another story that we're following today, United Health Group CEO penning an op-ed in the New York Times 10 days after United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was shot and killed in New York City. CEO Andrew Whitty writing, quote, "The healthcare system is flawed. Let's fix it." He goes on to say, quote, that we understand and share the desire to build a healthcare system that works better for everyone.
And we're following an update on the man charged with the killing. United Health Group confirming in a statement that Luigi Mangione was not a United Healthcare member. New York police originally said they had no indication that he was a client of the insurer before it was then confirmed by the company itself. Mangione remaining behind bars in Pennsylvania as he fights extradition to New York. We're going to bring you updates on this story as they come. Stick around. We're going to have much more ahead right here on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel.
In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
For more on the latest market moves, let's welcome in Meera Pandit, JP Morgan Asset Management Global Market Strategist. Meera, it is good to see you. So Julie was just touching there on the Mag 7 names today. Maybe that's a good place to start, Meera, those big tech names. You had some interesting thoughts there, Meera. Your point is, listen, looking ahead, Mag 7, still important, still critical, of course.
Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes
but maybe gradually less dominant, you say. Explain that for us.
Well, look, we have an embarrassment of riches in the S&P 500 with the Mag 7 and with everything else. And what we have been seeing is that Mag 7 dominance is gradually relinquishing just ever so slightly. So last year, about 63% of the total returns of the S&P 500 were attributed to the Mag 7. This year, it's about 51% so far year to date. And that's two things going on there. One is a broadening out in this earnings story. As we look to the back half of next year, we should see Mag 7 earnings decelerate to still a very impressive 20% growth rate, while the rest of the index is going to start to catch up and get to low double digits there. So you see a little bit of a broadening out there. And then also when we think about some of the policy implications that could potentially come down the pike next year, whether it's deregulation helping areas like financials and energy, that could also help to bring in some of the more cyclical sectors into the story.
So what does all of that say about your outlook for 2025 more broadly for the S&P 500 and whether we're going to be able to continue to see, say, double-digit returns?
The interesting thing about double-digit returns, when we set up client portfolios, we say expect in the equity market 6 to 8% on your equity allocation. There's sort of a myth of a single-digit return in that we don't really get them that often. We haven't had a single-digit positive return in the market since 2007. In fact, every positive year since the financial crisis for the S&P 500 has been a double-digit return. So when you see some of these lofty S&P 500 price targets and think that's not going to happen next year, remember those components when we think about earnings expectations for next year, 15% growth. We're probably not going to get quite there, but even low double-digit growth is going to help us to propel the index further. And if there's a lot of optimism around policy, around the economy itself, which should by all measures be pretty strong next year, that's how you get to some of those really impressive price targets.
And Mira, in terms of sectors, you mentioned financials there, in part benefiting from deregulation. Are there other sectors you think could benefit from that same theme, that same potential tailwind?
Energy, I think, could be another beneficiary of deregulation. If we think more broadly about potential corporate tax cuts aimed at domestic production, that's where you bring in things like industrials. And as it is, we have had this rolling recession of earnings in which coming into next year, we're going to see areas like industrials, energy, utilities start to come out of that. So that could also be a nice uplift for some of those areas.
Sale to further fund development and business operations. Joining us now, talk about that and more. We want to bring in CEO Alan Baratz. Alan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here this morning. Your stock has been on quite a run, to say the least, over the last several months. Let's just take a step back and talk about some of this excitement surrounding quantum computing. I think so many of our viewers at home are still trying to wrap their minds, including me, around what exactly this is, what it ultimately means, why investors care so much about this. Put this in the simplest terms possible. What is such a big deal about this advancement?
Sure. So first of all, Shauna and Madison, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The reason why there's so much interest and excitement in quantum computing is, first of all, it has the potential to solve problems better than they are currently being solved. So for example, optimization problems in supply chain or workforce management can be solved better and faster than they're being solved today. And then it also has the potential to solve problems that are not being solved today. Things like designer drugs. We can develop a drug specifically for you.
Okay, that's super helpful context then, but what does that mean in terms of Willow for the industry, right? Because we've seen Alphabet on a tear this week following that announcement. Why is there so much excitement about this?
Yeah, so the Willow announcement is interesting. Basically, what Google has done is they've demonstrated the ability to do some partial error correction on their quantum processor. And then they've repeated an experiment they did several years ago, but with better results than they got several years ago using that partially error-corrected system. But there are still a lot of hard problems that need to be solved before we get to full error correction and before those types of systems can actually be used to solve real-world problems. But that's quite different from D-Wave. D-Wave took a different approach to quantum computing, and we are commercial today. In fact, we're the only quantum computing company that is able to solve real business problems in production today, and we're doing it with companies like NTT Docomo or Ford Otosan in Turkey or Pattison Food Group in Canada.
Alan, what are those problems?
Yeah, so broadly, they are optimization problems. So these are things like workforce scheduling or optimizing how you assemble automotive bodies, or protein folding. There's a broad class of problems that fall into the category of optimization. And in fact, Heather West from IDC just recently wrote a report where she said optimization could be the long-sought killer application for quantum computing. And that is exactly the class of problems that D-Wave systems were designed to solve, and we are solving them today for our customers.
Alan, talk to us just about, we certainly have seen it act as a catalyst for a name like yours, a stock like yours specifically, obviously for Google, when you take a look at some of the larger players within this space. How big of a difference does it make to the bottom lines of these companies that are implementing this technology, that are able to use this to solve some of its problems? What does that ultimately mean then, just in terms of that longer term payoff?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think it will be very important because, as I said, quantum computing unlocks the ability to solve problems much better and much faster than they're being solved today, and to solve some problems that are currently unsolvable. However, almost everybody working on quantum computing is still in the heavy R&D phase, and it will likely be many, many years before we see scaled systems of that class that can solve those problems. But I have to reiterate, that's quite different for D-Wave. We did take a different approach to quantum. We have the largest and most powerful quantum computers in the world today, and we are currently solving these problems for our customers and generating a solid ROI for them.
But I'm curious, for investors then, why should they invest in a technology that is so far out? And I get that it's a long-term play, but you look at a company like NVIDIA, far before they were winning on AI, they were winning on video games as a way to return profits to their shareholders. A company like D-Wave facing multiple delistings, still not profitable. Why should investors trust the company?
So I think, first of all, it's the huge upside opportunity that we are pursuing. Secondly, I would agree with you that for most of the quantum companies that are still in a heavy R&D phase, it's likely going to be some time before we see that drive to building the business and profitability. But we've started down that path. We already have customers that have applications in production. We have other customers that are working to move applications in production. And I think that as a result, we are today single-handedly building the business for quantum computing. And as a result, you can have a bit more confidence in D-Wave and its ability to achieve that goal in a relatively short time frame.
Alan, is the AI rally a friend or foe of quantum computing names? Because this morning we've been talking a lot about Broadcom, the surge in revenue due to companies continuing to spend on AI. What does that mean for quantum names?
Yeah, there's a lot of synergy between AI and quantum. The way I think about it is that there are three areas in which AI and quantum work together. The first and most obvious is that each can work side by side to solve a problem synergistic. For example, you might use AI to predict product demand in the future, and then use quantum computing to optimize the supply chain to meet that demand. So this is the two working together synergistically. Second, we are doing a fair amount of work right now on how quantum computing could be used as part of the model training and inference for AI. But because of the fact that it's so much faster than classical and requires so much less power, we think that we may be able to support model training and inference with much lower power consumption than what's happening today, which could be a game changer, and maybe we won't need to see companies investing in nuclear power plants. And then finally, models on quantum distributions rather than classical distributions may allow for more accurate models.
Alan, when we talk about the roadmap for quantum computing ahead and what that adoption looks like and who is interested in this technology, I mean, that's one of my biggest questions. Are you mainly seeing this from some of the other tech players that obviously have some involvement, are a little bit more familiar with it? Are you seeing interest outside of that industry? Give us a better idea, maybe what that looks like up until this point and how you see that, more importantly, evolving then going forward.
Yeah, so look, I think all of big tech is invested in quantum. And at the same time, there are 50 or more small companies that have been created to pursue quantum computing. Many of them trying to build quantum computers, many of them working on software and applications for quantum as the systems mature. So it's very broad-based right now. And the reason is because of the huge upside opportunity.
All right, Alan, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to have all of your markets action ahead. Stay tuned. You are watching Catalyst. And as we head to break, we're going to get a check on MicroStrategy as the NASDAQ 100 will announce changes to its annual makeup. Among the most speculated stocks to be included in the index moving forward is MicroStrategy. You can see here shares up 1.9%. And part of the reason that we are anticipating, and that some investors, I should say, are anticipating MicroStrategy being added to the NASDAQ 100 is just the severe rally that this company has seen year to date. It is up over 480%. Of course, the majority of that rally coming in here following the election of President Donald Trump. After Election Day, the stock was around $227. It's now nearing $400, as you can see on your screen. We're going to have much more ahead right here on Catalyst. Keep it here.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Now let's make some money and get a lot smarter.
I've done Yahoo Finance forever. This is a spectacular spot.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery.
Hello, world. I'm Ross Mack.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement. Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Hey, it's me, Tiffany the Budgetnista, your favorite financial educator. Welcome to Capital Gains World. For a few days and everything has changed.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-suite, we are your daily lifeline, because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Yahoo Finance has been releasing its coveted annual Company of the Year award since 2014. We'll reveal a winner in the following categories: Company of the Year, Surprise of the Year, Product of the Year, and Comeback of the Year. Be sure to tune into Yahoo Finance starting December 16th for the big reveal. Trust me, you won't want to miss this stuff.
Warner Brothers Discovery is the latest media company to announce restructuring plans. The company plans to create two operating divisions, one focused on the cable TV business and the other on streaming and studios. Our very own Alexandra Canal joining us here on set with more. Allie, always big moves in your beat here.
Yes.
The latest name to kind of shove off part of its news and streaming division. Tell me what we know here.
Yeah, so we know, like you said, a linear networks division and then studios and streaming. So linear networks for Warner Brothers Discovery, think news, sports, scripted and unscripted programming like CNN, TBS, TNT, HGTV, and the Food Network. And then on the studio side, we have obviously their production company along with their streaming service Max, and HBO is reportedly going to also be included under this umbrella. But it's no surprise that this is really all happening right now. It wasn't too long ago that we heard from Comcast, which is also going to be spinning off most of its own cable divisions. And at the time, there was a lot of bullish sentiment on Wall Street that this could potentially serve as a roll-up vehicle for other beaten down cable properties. So Comcast has said that this separate company, which for now has been dubbed SpinCo, it's going to be on the public markets. It's going to be well capitalized. Perhaps this is a play for them to acquire this linear network division that Warner Brothers Discovery is now leaning into. So it's something that I think we saw investors being very optimistic about. We saw the stock close up more than 15% yesterday on the heels of this news. A lot of commentary on Wall Street. Jessica Reif-Ehrlich from Bank of America said that this is the first step of a multi-year process, which is going to unlock what they believe to be significant hidden value in WBD's business. So in other words, the linear networks, all the debt, all the cord cutting that's really plagued that side of the business has really been clouding what could be some really positive underlying trends. So I think this is something that we're going to continue to see from these other legacy media giants, and it certainly sets us up for a lot of M&A potentially next year.
You know, Allie, when we talk so much about M&A, I guess the question, and this is very broad-based here, but who would be the potential buyers of this, especially when it comes to the cable side of it, right? Like, there obviously has been a lot of emphasis and a lot of hope in terms of some of that growth on the streaming side. But what about the traditional side? How is that, or what is the readout there from analysts about how that plays out?
Yeah, and that's a big question. I remember when Paramount was going through its own merger, everyone was talking about, well, who wants to buy a dying linear TV business? But if you think about some of the other companies out there, like Nexstar Media Group, for example, they own the CW. Maybe they want to expand their footprint and get more exposure to the broadcast and network side. There could be private equity plays involved. You know, at the end of the day, there are still a lot of folks out there that watch their television via cable or broadcast. If you look at the latest Nielsen report, broadcast and cable still make up the majority of TV viewing. Streaming has certainly caught up and continues to kind of take that market share, but it's still a business that I think some folks out there find attractive. So that's going to be the big question heading into 2025. Who are the buyers, and what does this mean also for these companies that are focusing on their growth initiatives like streaming? Is this the time where we're going to really be able to tell who the winners and the losers are?
And Allie, one story that could impact the streaming giant Netflix from this week that I didn't want us to go uncovering is this complaint from the National Labor Relations Board against the Netflix reality show Love is Blind. And we're all obsessed with Love is Blind, so that's why it stood out. But also, I wonder if it could have any actual implications for Netflix in terms of costs for people who are coming on their reality shows. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it could have a big ripple effect for the reality TV ecosystem at large. Right now, this complaint is not a final ruling, but it could pave the way for these stars to be categorized as employees and therefore have the ability to unionize. So according to the complaint, the production companies behind Love is Blind had categorized the shows as participants, not employees. So that meant they didn't have the option to stage collective action. The complaint also said that the cast signed contracts that had, quote, unlawful non-compete, confidentiality, and stay or pay provisions. And if you follow this show closely, you know that some
prior contestants have actually complained about mistreatment on set and have also complained about these contracts. Now, reality TV has always represented this gray area for companies. Are they employees? Are they personalities? Bethany Frankel has spoken at length about this, saying that they should unionize, they should be part of SAG-AFTRA. So this has been a conversation that has been in the Hollywood ecosystem for a few years now, and I think this potentially could set the stage. And if they are categorized as employees, to your point, what does that mean for costs? What do they get paid? If they do unionize, what's the trickle effect down from there? So it's something to definitely keep an eye on, because I love my reality TV shows too, and I wonder what the impact could be over the long term.
Especially as we've also, coming out of the writers' strike, there was this emphasis on reality TV.
That saved really a lot of the viewing out there.
Yeah, 100%. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one for us to come to you with all of our questions on, Allie. Thank you
I'll be the reality TV expert.
Yes, exactly.
Always.
Our reality correspondent. We appreciate it. Thank you, as always. We're going to have all your markets action ahead right here on Yahoo Finance, so stick around for more. You're watching Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
The Federal Reserve has its final meeting of the year next week. Here with what investors can expect to hear is our very own Yahoo Finance's Jennifer Schomburger. Hey, Jen.
Good morning, Shauna. That's right. The Federal Reserve on track to cut interest rates next week for the third time this fall. But the central bank likely to strike a cautious stance when it comes to future interest rate cuts next year in the face of stubborn inflation.
I think that they're more likely to follow through on December and then think about next year. And they had some opportunities to tell the markets, hey, we're really contemplating a pause at this point.
All eyes will be on officials' interest rate projections and whether the central bank could scale back the number of rate cuts for 2025. Earlier this month, Fed Chair Jay Powell said that because the economy is stronger than the Fed thought earlier in the fall, quote, we can afford to be a little more cautious. Markets are looking at the Fed pausing rate cuts in January as officials take a breath to assess the outlook for inflation and employment next year. Recent inflation data have shown progress has stalled in bringing down inflation. Some Fed watchers also expect the policies of the new Trump administration to create even more tests for central bank policymakers. Back in September, Fed officials estimated 4 rate cuts for 2025. Former Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester thinks the Fed could scale back the number of rate cuts next year to 2 or 3. EY chief economist Gregory Dacko also sees 3 cuts next year, but others like Morgan Stanley and Luke Tilley, chief economist for Wilmington Trust, think the median projection will remain at 4 cuts. Tilley notes that it would take many more for the median to move up to fewer than 4 cuts next year. Guys, one thing is virtually a sure bet for the markets, and that is a 25 basis point rate cut next week. Right now, odds better than 96% chance of that happening. Back to you.
Certainly as close to definite as possible. Jennifer, thank you so much. As always, we appreciate it. The FOMC isn't the only central bank in focus here. We heard from the European Central Bank, the Swiss National Bank, and the Bank of Canada this week, all cutting interest rates as inflation moderates and uncertainty around the globe continues to loom. Markets pricing in that near 100% chance the Fed will trim by 25 basis points next week, while the Bank of Japan is expected to hold steady for the 4th consecutive month. Here with how investors should play the global divergence in rates, we've got Vincent Delward. He is the Director of Global Macro Strategy at StoneX. Great to have you on here. So talk to me about this divergence that we are seeing. Central banks globally cutting ahead of the Fed potentially pausing as early as December. What is the significance of that divergence for U.S. investors specifically?
Well, I think the divergence is really coming from the fact that every major central bank is looking at something slightly different. In the Fed, it's all about inflation. This week's print was a bit too hot. They kind of dismissed it, but if we keep getting these slightly hotter than expected prints, it's going to be hard to cut more than once. I mean, effectively, December is baked in. For the Bank of Japan, it's all about the yen, and we've seen the yen weaken recently, which would bolster the case for maybe not waiting too long for a rate hike. And for Europe, it's all about politics. We have this very messy political situation in France, election in Germany. My base case on all the three is that the Fed is going to be probably tighter than the market expects them to be because inflation is not coming down as much as they like. And in Europe, on the other hand, the European Central Bank might be a bit looser because the economic impact of the crisis is really felt. And that's really the only option. So I would be looking at 50 basis point cuts maybe in Europe and the Fed cutting only once and then going on a long break.
How does that then impact your global growth projections, what you're expecting to see then next year? Any sort of adjustment then, given the fact, especially here in the U.S., that we might not have as an aggressive as the Fed, which could be good news, I guess, depending on how you look at it here, heading into the new year?
Yeah, I think in general, growth has been steadier and stronger than economists have expected for a long time. We're still getting the tail end of that. GDP, if you look at the Atlanta Fed GDP now model, we're running at 3.3%, which is really outstanding. I mean, when Scott Bessent goes out and says, I want the 3 threes, right? 3% GDP growth, 3 million barrels, and then 3% deficit. The deficit won't get, obviously, but the 3% growth, I mean, man, we've had it. This is 8 quarters at 3% growth. 3 million barrel, we also have it. So my general impression, the economy is good. And the Fed probably should be paying more attention to the inflation mandate than the labor market. We'll see labor market probably tighten a little bit as we restrict immigration. So that would really justify a cautious approach for the Fed when it comes to rate cuts.
Okay, so if the Fed should be focusing on inflation in the context of what you just said from incoming Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, we are expecting a stronger dollar and a growth story moving forward here. I wonder how you're thinking about how a stronger dollar could dampen growth abroad and therefore cause more inflation in the U.S. that then the Fed is going to have to contend with.
Right. The stronger the dollar, the more of a problem it is for the Bank of Japan. Like I said, the focus of the Bank of Japan is on the yen. They're probably feeling a little uncomfortable with the yen at 150. So the stronger dollar makes them actually more likely to hike. For Europe, a strong dollar is actually good news. It means that it will caution some of the tariffs. It means that we'll keep getting these American tourists spend a lot of money in Southern Europe. The ECB would probably welcome the stronger dollar, and then the stronger dollar would honestly help the Fed as well, at least on the inflation front, by reducing import inflation. One area that we really want to pay attention to in the next CPI reports is going to be core goods. Core goods have actually ticked back up in the past two reports, and this is mostly import prices, and we saw that also in the PPI yesterday. Import price on core goods are coming back up, and if we see this continue, we're really not going to make much more progress on inflation, because you get your core services stuck at around 4 or 5%. Shelter is coming down, but not quick enough. So you really need these core goods to come down to bring inflation back. A stronger dollar would help, because we import most of that stuff. And that would also help somewhat mitigate the impact of tariffs.
You know, and this brings me to one of the points that stuck out to me in your notes that you sent over. You said that tax cuts, tariffs, and stimulus were the right policy mix back in 2016. When you take a look at that now, the trade-offs, you say, are going to be much harder in 2024. How much of that has to do with this call here, and what ultimately, I guess, why you see it playing out so differently over the next 4 years?
Yeah. There's no right and wrong policy in economics, right? It's all about what do you do and when you do it, most importantly. And in 2016, the 10-year yield was at 1.5%. Inflation was well below target. We had a high unemployment rate. We had effectively austerity under the Obama years, and then much greater austerity in Europe because of some of that crisis, and Chinese growth was running over. So we had really all this kind of unused capacity for fiscal stimulus and expansion. And when Trump came in with the big tax cut, spending increase, tariffs, that gave kind of the economy the jolt it needed, and most of that jolt came in the form of higher growth. Now, it was not all rosy, right? I mean, if you remember, we had a bear market in 2018. So I think investors are kind of, to some extent, forgetting how disruptive and chaotic a Trump administration can be. But my point in 2016 is that most of it was on the growth side, because we're coming from a situation of underutilization of economic capacity. If you fast forward to 2024, we have the exact opposite situation. We have a dollar that is massively overvalued. We have a deficit that's already 7% of GDP. We have a current account deficit that's at a record level. We have an unemployment rate that's extraordinarily low. I mean, it went up a little bit because of immigration, but that tailwind is going away. Yes, if you're going to stimulate, if you're going to put tariffs, if you're going to cut taxes, my concern is that instead of creating mostly growth, what you'll do is to create more inflation.
All right, Vincent, thanks so much for breaking that down for us, taking the time to join us. Well, that does it today for us on Catalyst. We keep it right here. Coming up next, it's Wealth, dedicated to all of your personal finance needs. Brad Smith has you for the next hour. Have a great week.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
नेचुरल गैस में गाइस सपोर्ट पर है, वहां से बाइंग एक्सपेक्टेड है, ठीक है। सपोर्ट जोन पे नेचुरल गैस, इसको रिमूव कर सकते हैं, इसकी जरूरत नहीं है अब। लोअर सर्किट लगा था, ओपन हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। क्रूड भी टारगेट पे पहुंच गया है, वापस से रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आएगा तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा अपर लेवल पे सेल करना, लेकिन थोड़ा लोअर एंड पे सेल मत करना, क्योंकि लोअर एंड से पहले सेलिंग आ गई है एक बार। थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल के आसपास सेलिंग का प्लान। बाकी नेचुरल गैस का टारगेट वापस नीचे आता है तो वापस कर सकते हो। लोअर सर्किट लगा था, ओपन हो गया। टारगेट देखो एफईजी तक ही है, बीच में और कोई एफईजी दिख नहीं रहा है यहाँ पर। यहाँ पर एक है तो सही, बहुत छोटा सा एफईजी। नहीं, बहुत ही माइन्यूट सा है, आई डोंट थिंक सो उतना सफिशिएंट रहेगा, तो यही टारगेट है फिलहाल के लिए। फिर से नीचे आता है, फिर से ले सकते हैं, ठीक है, अगर नहीं ले पाए हो तो। सिल्वर टारगेट, सिल्वर में देखो टारगेट दूसरे वाले सपोर्ट पे रुका ये। मैं तो कहूँगा ट्रेल ही करो इसमें, सेकंड सपोर्ट पे रुका है सिल्वर एग्जैक्टली 0.35। सा एक एफईजी है, टारगेट तो बहुत ऊपर है, वहां तक शायद ही जाए। एक एफईजी बना हुआ है, 0.67, उसको देख सकते हो, दैट इज एफईजी एरिया।
Space companies like AMD, NVIDIA, Palantir, First Solar, I think there's all good, solid picks going forward. And in the retail space, I believe that consumers are out there, they're spending money for the holidays and so on. And Burlington Cofactor, BURL, is one of my top picks there.
And so, all of these things in mind, is there one theme that you believe that we've seen play out in 2024 that could also permeate over into 2025?
Oh, it's definitely artificial intelligence, and continued growth in data centers. This is just the beginning of a long-term ramp up. So, it's going to carry into 2025, 26, and God knows when. I expect it to go on strong forever and then get into a cycle mode. By that, I mean that once you buy your chips and so on, 5 years from now, you're going to buy new chips to do even better. So, you have an updated PC cycle, so to speak.
So with that in mind, and I think you're kind of alluding to something that a lot of analysts have been trying to wrap their minds around, which is a chip replenishment rate, how quickly the burn off of chips would take place and thus require them to be replenished or replaced within some of the data centers as well here, and the pricing at which that would be anticipated to take place. So as you're kind of looking across your own portfolio, and even if that is the theme that is perhaps the most prevailing that could permeate over into 2025, what's your assessment of how companies would go about navigating the pricing landscape and make sure that investors are clearly not grappling with, but understanding that story?
Right. I think the story, the AI story, will be self-explanatory going forward. It's a little bit tricky to wrap your head around, like you mentioned. And I believe, and I've read some things that are people wanting it to see the benefits tomorrow, from an investment they made yesterday and so on. So they got to be a little bit more patient. But AI is a transformative technology. It's not just one thing, right? And to put it in simple terms, we're talking about learning, artificial learning. We're talking about speech recognition, sound recognition, vision. So if you think about all those things where they can put to good use, including image processing, let me give you an example just to make it my point here. If you have an empty lot sitting around the corner, and all of a sudden you can get this software and it has AI and it has all the rules and regulations in a module for the county, all of a sudden you can design a building and 10 or 20 different designs on that lot, all with the plumbing, the electrical, pretty much like this, because their image is at the end of the day following certain constraints. So that's an example how AI can really transform many different industries. It could be health, care, insurance, and so on. So I think this is just the beginning of it, and it's really hard for a lot of people to get their hands about where the future is. The future's never that easy to predict.
Certainly.
So, yeah.
I want to come back to one of the other themes that you mentioned as well here, and you talked about the consumer. I wonder what you're noticing among the consumer this holiday season and what that kind of spells out compared up against the resiliency picture that we've heard and witnessed out in some of the economic data readings as well.
Well, that's all good for now. Let's put it that way. Come 2025, there's talk about tariffs and things of that nature, and I am concerned about that. I think at the end of the day, the consumer is the one that suffers from those things. Right now, they're outspending, and they're looking for value stocks. For value in general. So that's why, like, for example, Burlington Coat Factory, they get other people's excess inventory. And this is what probably going to end up in 2025 with a lot of excess inventory as companies prepare for tariffs maybe and just overstock. They buy too much of things because it's hard to predict and it brings in volatility. So we'll see how that goes. And I think consumers will be impacted by that. So that's one of the risks going into 2025, and I'll certainly keep my eye on that one.
And so just lastly, while we have you here, we typically would have been, for much of this year, talking about the risk that the Fed has within this broader kind of portfolio makeup that you've been laying out. But it seems like the Fed's on the back burner now, and it's all focused on what you just mentioned a moment ago in the incoming administration, the risk of potential tariffs, and the unknown there. How would you be structuring your portfolio to outlast any of those potential threats?
No, that's a good question. So the way that we pick our stocks in our portfolio is we use a house-grown investment process, which we call quant active, which is basically a quantitative layer that looks at the hard numbers regardless of emotions, and then it follows it up by me. So we take a hard look at things and look where the market is at. But in general, what we're looking for is stocks that have accelerating earnings and revenues. No matter who's in government, you want stocks that are growing and that are generating legitimate profits, organically. For that reason, a lot of these semiconductor companies pop up. They just show up in our processes, and that's why the process is dictating to us that going into 2025, it's in great shape. It's because of that. The fundamentals are strong and the demand is there. So if you get into more speculative sectors like consumer discretionary, then you're going to have some bumps because of the tariffs and so on. But everybody's going to need technology going forward.
Francisco, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, we got to talk a little HSBC. They're seeing more upside for Costco here. That's their latest call, boosting the price target on Costco from $926 to $1,000. This is after earnings, and the rating remains a hold. The analyst citing strong execution both in store and online and touting shoppers across income groups. Membership fee income from price hikes, has yet to be fully reflected, and Costco management believes its teams are ready to weather any potential tariffs from President-elect Trump. Next up, you've got Penn Entertainment upgraded to overweight from neutral at JP Morgan. The analyst sees Penn as a good investment because of improving free cash flow. Also citing ESPN's Bet, the online sports betting service, as the single biggest driver for the stock. The price target there was lifted to $27 from $19. And finally, Norwegian Cruise Line upgraded to overweight from equal weight at Barclays. Now the price target raised to $32 from $28, pegged to demand optimism. The analysts expecting another strong year for cruises and specifically pointing to Norwegian's smaller footprint, share of international U.S. travelers on higher price cruises, and its balance sheet, also one of the factors there. Well, the incoming Trump administration's policies may mean the Fed will not be able to avoid addressing the impact of fiscal policy. Yahoo Finance's Julie Hyman is here now with a closer look at the shift here. Hey, Julie.
Yeah, data dependent. That's been the buzzword for the Fed for a long while now. It might have to switch to fiscal policy dependent in 2025. And Jay Powell, of course, the Fed chair, he has been very adamant at many press conferences, both across the first Trump presidency, the Biden presidency, and now sort of looking ahead to Trump 2.0, he's been adamant that the Fed's job is to focus on monetary policy, to focus on its dual mandate of price stability and full employment, and not to sort of directly address fiscal policy. I mean, in the latest press conference that he gave, he talked, which was just a few days after the election, he said, we don't comment on fiscal policy. We're not going to talk about the election. But in the next year, the Fed might have to factor in that fiscal policy and then its effects on the economy. Well, why? Because we are seeing a potential fiscal policy that could be more inflationary. We talked to Torsten Slok of Apollo this week, and he laid out some of the reasons why.
What might be coming next year is that if the main three areas where new policies might be coming is lower taxes, more tariffs, restrictions on immigration, it happens to be the case that the textbook would be predicting that all those things should be putting upward pressure on inflation.
Of course, the textbook doesn't tell us what will actually happen. And the problem is around all of those issues, we don't know how they're going to play out. Will there be mass deportations or will they be more targeted? And even when you talk about immigration, there are both puts and takes when it comes to the effects on inflation, because more immigration can also cause an increase in demand for things like housing. When you talk about tariffs, will they actually be imposed across the board? On what countries? At what rate? Or will they be a bargaining chip? And then, of course, for tax cuts, will they be extended? Will there be deeper tax cuts? Will they be targeted at various areas? So all of these ways could affect the economy, and the Fed is going to have to address that. And then if you look at the backdrop that the Fed is dealing with here, we're looking at an inflationary environment that has effectively stalled. We learned that this week. We got a PPI reading that came in larger than estimated at 3.4% on a core basis, which is what the Fed typically looks at. That's wholesale inflation. Consumer inflation still holding steady at 3.3%. And then the PCE, core PCE, which is what the Fed really zeroes in on. We don't have last month's reading as of yet, but we'll get it. But the latest reading we had was 2.8%. The Fed's target is 2%. So, Brad, put all of this together. You know, you have this backdrop where inflation is just kind of stalling out. It's not coming down to that last little bit to 2%. Yep. You have all this fiscal policy uncertainty. Jay Powell might not want to talk about it, but obviously the Fed is going to have to factor in some of this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see exactly what the makeup of the FOMC going forward, even after Jay Powell, his term ends 2026. So he's still going to have to navigate through the first Trump year. And then even in the second Trump year, you're going to have a lot of talk about what that makeup for the FOMC could look like. Julie, thanks so much. Thanks, appreciate it. Coming up, we'll talk about the housing market and whether or not mortgage rates are expected to come down further in the new year. Stay tuned.
Costco set the precedent for membership-only models back in 1983. But what led to such success for the more than 40-year-old retailer? Beyond the Ticker takes a deep dive into the company's biggest moments. Back in the 1970s, entrepreneur Sol Price opened the first ever wholesale retailer under the name Price Club in Southern California. In 1983, Jim Sinegal and Jeff Brotman opened the first Costco warehouse location in Seattle, Washington. A year later, the iconic Costco hot dog was introduced. With the fixed price point it still has today, $1.50. In 1985, Costco went public at $10 per share. At the time, the company had 17 locations. In 1993, Price Club and Costco merged. And until 1997, it was called Price Costco, until it took on the name we know it as today, Costco. In the mid-90s, Costco introduced its private label, Kirkland Signature, named after its original headquarters in Kirkland, Washington. That business now worth $56 billion. In 1997, the company launched its e-commerce platform, Costco.com, bringing its low prices and services online. By 2014, Costco was the third largest retailer in the United States, with sales exceeding $110 billion and a net income of over $2 billion. And its presence and loyal membership-only model keeps growing, giving it the ability to raise its membership in 2024 for the first time since 2017, from $60 to $65 per year for 3 of its membership models. As of 2024, there are nearly 137 million members and 891 stores across the globe.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Mortgage rates for the week ending December 12th are out. Our very own Claire Boston has the numbers here for us. Hey, Claire.
Hello. So mortgage rates this week, we have 6.6% on the 30-year and 5.84% on the 15-year. So this is the third straight week of declines. You know, headed into the end of the year, this is a little bit more relief for potential home buyers, and it'll be interesting to see where things go from here.
Yeah, we've got a comment here from the chief economist over at Freddie Mac saying that the combination of mortgage rate declines, firm consumer income growth, and a bullish stock market have increased home buyer demand in recent weeks. You know, the Federal Reserve is expected to cut rates next week. How likely and how will weekly rates react to that anticipated decision?
Right. So mortgage rates are not directly tied to whatever the Fed does, but they do react based on expectations about future interest rates. And so what we expect to see is basically whatever the Fed says about what they're going to do in the future, that is what is going to determine where mortgage rates go from here. And, you know, inflation is still coming in a little bit hot. So that does beg the question of how much further does the Fed need to cut to keep the economy kind of stable here?
Yeah, looking at a little bit more of a statement here, while the outlook for the housing market is improving, the chief economist of Freddie Mac saying the improvement is limited given that home buyers continue to face stiff affordability headwinds here. And that's something we're waiting for to abate and ease just a little bit more from here.
Absolutely. It's a tough environment for potential home buyers. 6.6% is still pretty high.
Claire, thanks so much for taking the time, breaking down the numbers for us. Appreciate it. While mortgage rates are trending lower, our next guest expects things to tick higher again, with the average for the year approaching 7%. Here with her outlook for the housing market in 2025, we've got Daryl Fairweather, who is the chief economist over at Redfin. Great to have you back on the program. So what is the outlook as you're looking into the dynamics that could play out next year?
So we're expecting more of the same. We have seen a bit of a boost in demand recently, and we think that will sustain into next year, which will support more home sales, more price growth. And also the people who have been putting off selling a home for so long are finally starting to give in and list their homes. So we think the market will be a bit better next year, but not a whole lot given that mortgage rates still remain quite high.
What's the magic number that you're anticipating on the mortgage rate front where we could potentially see some averaging out?
Well, prices are already reflective of current mortgage rates, so we're going to see sales even with these high mortgage rates. If mortgage rates were to come down, say below 6.5%, something closer to the 5 range, then I think we would see a large burst in demand, more bidding wars, more price growth than even what we're anticipating right now.
Certainly, and taking a look at some of the predictions here as well, even as we're showing that 6.8% rate on the screen for our viewers here, you're also anticipating that home prices will still rise 4% in 2025. Why is that?
Well, a lot of people have been delaying buying a home, thinking that mortgage rates were going to fall. And now that it looks like mortgage rates are going to stay pretty much where they are, there's no reason to wait anymore. So even though rates haven't come down, we do expect more buyers to come back. Also, the economy is growing, and some people are really ready to buy a home and can pay in cash to avoid those high interest rates. So I think demand is going to be stronger.
Daryl, I wonder, especially as we've heard so many business executives talk right now about the incoming Trump administration and anticipating less regulation. In that environment, what does that kind of pass through to the housing market as well?
Well, housing supply is incredibly constrained by things like single-family zoning and red tape that holds up development. So if we did see any progress on that front where it's easier to build homes, especially those denser homes in the places where people most want to live in urban metros, then that could go a long way towards increasing supply and really juicing the overall housing market. But I'm not expecting that to be an overnight change. I think that will take some time to play out. And these high interest rates make any change that could happen, that will probably happen slower because builders aren't going to be eager to build if their borrowing costs are so high.
So what does that mean for renters as well? And what does the rental market look like looking out to 2025?
We think it's going to be a renter's market in 2025, that rents will stay flat as incomes grow, making renting more affordable. And that's because there are vacant units right now. A lot of construction that was started during the pandemic is still coming online, still needs to be filled with tenants. So there's going to be a bit more supply next year. And even though builders have slowed down, that delayed reaction means that the new units coming on right now, there'll be more of them.
You know, one of my favorite things to ponder and just think about for myself, and I imagine a lot of people out there are also thinking about this too, is just how dramatically we've seen weather really shift and global warming and climate change, and how that's also priced in, or at least playing into a little bit more of the thought process for potential buyers. How are you anticipating that might be a factor?
Well, for the longest time, Florida was an incredibly desirable place for people to move to because of its weather and because of its affordability. But both those things are changing. Florida home prices and rents are quite high now, and insurance costs are going up, making borrowing to buy a home or financing a home even more expensive. So that is making housing more expensive. And also, you know, the state is not drawing as many people in because people anticipate that climate change could be a bigger problem moving forward. So Florida is still a relatively strong market, but it's not as strong as it used to be. And I think that there are real risks that it could weaken as the affordability situation worsens, as the climate worsens.
I want to get generational with it too here. As we're thinking about millennials and the makeup of new home buyers, Gen Z too, they're going to start to really look through properties, try to figure out where there are opportunities. So what are you seeing specifically among some of the younger cohorts of potential buyers going into next year?
Well, a lot of Gen Z is probably going to decide to rent next year because renting is more affordable in most of the country than it is to buy an equivalent home. But in some places, we're seeing quite a lot of Gen Z buyers, like in affordable metros, such as in the Midwest, that didn't really get all that expensive during the pandemic, are still relatively a good value. We're seeing more younger buyers there. And the older buyers, they're still going to Florida and Arizona, as they always have, even though the climate has been worsening.
Daryl, great to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. Excellent insights as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're closing in on the end of 2024 and looking ahead to the new year. Vanguard is out with its 2025 economic market outlook. And here to dig in, we've got Kevin Kang, who is the Vanguard senior economist and head of economic research. Kevin, good to have you on the program with us. Let's start with your outlook for the U.S. economy next year.
Yeah, so we have three things for the next year. So the first one is that for the U.S. economy, our view is that we're starting from a position of strength. We, despite inflation not quite having touched 2%, have an enviable configuration of having a really strong economic growth and inflation having made a lot of progress in the disinflation, and at the same time seeing the economy stabilizing, full labor employment. So our view generally is that we are here in part because of Fed's good maneuvering all the way down here, but also the major contributors really are the two supply-side tailwinds. The first one being productivity growth. That was certainly above expectation. And then the second one being a surge in labor supply from migration flow. So that's our view for the economy going forward. Obviously, going into 2025, our view is that it's going to continue to a degree, but it really remains to be seen whether the strong supply side forces will continue or to a degree wane. And then obviously the other sort of set of risks is what the new administration might do as we go into 2025.
You know, I think you guys titled this extremely aptly and beyond the landing here. Is 2025 when we will finally see any type of soft landing, hard landing, just the landing removed from the lexicon, or do you think it still is a Fed that we're going to be watching and laser focused to see if they're able to orchestrate what we've all been hoping for in the soft landing?
So in giving our outlook the title of Beyond the Landing, our really nudge and encouragement is that to actually look beyond that framework of, you know, is it all driven by Fed's ability, or are we actually here and now in large part because of the supply side tailwinds? And our view is that, our conviction is that, you know, we want to attribute more of that credit to the supply side, the good fortune of having the supply side forces. So that's why maybe perhaps unlike a typical cycle, you know, our view and then focus is to really watch what happens with those forces. So productivity growth, our expectation is that it'll continue to persist. And then on the labor supply side, that's something that there's probably a greater risk, potential risk on both sides coming into the new administration.
What can we expect to see in the markets and specifically in the bond market from your anticipation?
So our view, we've actually never been this excited about the bond market as an asset class. It's been a really long time. So our view is that going into next year and then even beyond next year, the neutral rate just has come up quite a bit. Since the great financial crisis, we've been so used to zero lower bound. And then now after the hike, we've started the easing cycle. But our view is that it's going to be relatively short-lived. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the floor in terms of how much the rate can go down into next year. And the reason for that is there are a couple of structural reasons that have sort of developed over the years. The first one is the productivity boom that we've been experiencing. Our view is likely to continue, and then beyond next year, there is a quite big chance that AI will then continue to sort of take it into the next decade, which then means there's a chance of greater likelihood of high economic growth, and then high sort of a neutral rate kind of goes hand in hand with that. The other force is the debt to GDP ratio, the level of indebtedness that the economy has. That is just set to continue to grow. And the reason for that is our aging demographic for this country and all the entitlement spending that is really committed to support that through the entitlement spending. And there's really only one way to do that, and that is to continue to issue debt. And it's already at a level that the bond market is watching very closely. And as we continue to kind of go down that path, that's going to, again, continue to put an upward pressure on the floor, on the yield curve. So that means that kind of translates into about 4% on the floor, on the yield curve across the maturity spectrum, medium term and potentially long term.
Yeah.
And what that means is, as an asset class, that's a really attractive yield. As you know, as we know, it'll also continue to play the role of ballast in the portfolio. So the last time we had that level of yield is just before the great financial crisis, almost 15 years ago. And that's why our view on the asset class has just gone up, and we're very excited about it.
Just lastly, and we only have a couple seconds here, but when we think about the equities market, what are you anticipating there?
So our view is that it's going to be a continuation of sort of the tension between momentum and valuation. Momentum being the momentum behind the haves, the Meg 7s of the world that have a lot of competitive moats, that have the ability to continue to grow their profit margin, and then also that are benefiting from excitement and narrative of the AI transforming the economy. And then the rest of the companies, really the have-nots in the equity world that have attractive valuation. And we know that valuation in the long run should play the role, and it probably will have the last word. But we are in a situation where things look too good to be true, but then we're perhaps searching for the reason why that story may not be true.
Kevin Kang, thanks so much for taking the time and for the insights going into the outlook for 2025. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, everyone, we've got your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest round of Middle East shuttle diplomacy now has him in Iraq. He arrived this morning on an unannounced visit from Turkey, where he's been working to coordinate a response to the Assad regime's collapse in Syria.
It's very significant that Iraq, along with many other countries in the region and beyond, will make best efforts to support the Syrian people as they emerge from the Assad years.
Secretary Blinken says both the U.S. and Iraq are determined not to let Islamic State reemerge in Syria. President Biden is taking part in a virtual Group of 7 meeting on Syria and Ukraine. Overnight, Russia carried out one of the biggest assaults on western Ukraine's power infrastructure since the war began. Ukraine says it involved nearly 200 drones and nearly 90 missiles. Russia says it was a response to Ukraine firing long-range U.S. missiles at one of its airfields. On Wall Street, the Nasdaq is on track for a record to end the week, led by Broadcom. The main chip supplier for Apple is trading at $1 trillion market value for the first time after stoking AI excitement with its latest earnings. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
So the 3 hyperscalers, which are their customers, Google, Meta, and I think it's ByteDance as the third one, their addressable market is 15 to 20 billion. They said that addressable market is going to expand to 60 to 90 billion just from these hyperscalers. That's huge.
Mandeep Singh with Bloomberg Intelligence. Right now, Broadcom shares are huge as well. They are surging by 20%. Another big tech name may be looking to make nice with President-elect Donald Trump. Fox News Digital is reporting OpenAI CEO Sam Altman plans to make a personal $1 million donation to the Trump inaugural fund. And he's not the first one, as we hear from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horton.
Meta, Amazon, GM's Mary Barra talking to Axios saying there's a lot of synergies between us and the Trump administration. We can work with them. This was someone who worked very closely with the Biden administration. I think a lot of these CEOs have seen how powerful it is if you were in a place like Elon Musk and that bet Musk made on Trump and now his proximity to power.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horton and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos plans to meet with President-elect Trump next week. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is reportedly looking into shrinking, merging, or even eliminating some of Washington's top bank watchdogs. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump advisors have asked potential nominees to these agencies whether they could get rid of departments like the FDIC, which insures bank deposits. Any government closures would need congressional approval. Reuters is reporting that Trump's transition wants to scrap a crash reporting rule for autonomous vehicles. That would benefit Elon Musk's Tesla the most. It reported more than 1,500 crashes under this order. Right now, Tesla shares are adding to their record, up more than 1%. As for the broader market, it's taking a bit of a turn ahead of next week's Fed decision. A Bloomberg survey of economists shows most of them expect an interest rate cut next week, followed by a slowdown to 3 cuts next year. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says the central bank won't ignore Donald Trump.
They have to assume it when it's big, when it's likely, when it's sort of clear what it's going to be, and when it's priced into financial markets. And I think that's true for the extension of the tax cuts. It's not true for tariffs or immigration policy because it's very uncertain about what those policies actually will be at this point.
Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley writes a lot more about this in his latest Bloomberg Opinion column. You can find it at bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal. We're keeping an eye on shares of Novo Nordisk. They are down 4% after the drug maker's blockbuster Ozempic weight loss shot was linked to a rare form of vision loss. This backs up earlier research from Harvard into a condition known as Nion. Call it Space City. Elon Musk's SpaceX has filed to move its headquarters from Hawthorne, California, to the place where it builds its rockets. Bloomberg's Karen Moscow is following this.
They've been building out this massive facility in Texas. It's right near the Mexican border. So he officially asked a judge to make it a city. There are still some things that need to happen. He needs permission from local authorities, among other things. But this is the primary location where SpaceX builds and launches the huge Starship rocket system. It recently added a large warehouse known as the Star Factory, which replaced many of the site's production tests, and he employs thousands of people there. So it'll be interesting to see this being built out.
Bloomberg's Karen Moscow. Watching Wall Street right now, the S&P 500's down 0.2%. The Dow is little changed. NASDAQ Composite down 0.4%, but the NASDAQ 100 still holding on to a 0.2% gain. That's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
The forces shaping markets and the economy are often hiding behind a blur of numbers.
So that's why we created The Big Take from Bloomberg Podcasts, to give you the context you need to make sense of it all.
Every day, in just 15 minutes, we dive into one global business story that matters.
You'll hear from Bloomberg journalists like Matt Levine.
A lot of this meme stock stuff is, I think, embarrassing to the SEC.
Follow The Big Take podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen.
Rug pull. The name is escaping me, but the coin itself was called Haktua. And I think at the end of the day, you have to just truly say to yourself, right, if it sounds too good to be true, and it just might, right? So once again, you got to do the due diligence. You have to do the research and see what the team does. Is this coin actually solving a problem? What's the use case? And then once again, once you start seeing people, promising some crazy outlandish, returns, right? Chances are, right, it can very well be a scam. But more importantly, never invest the money that you don't believe you can lose, right? Because when it comes to these meme coins, right, you got to understand that in bull markets, they go up pretty high, but in a bear market, they're the first to go down, and they go down very abruptly. So do the due diligence and understand, hey, it's a chance that I can lose this all. And if that's the case, then this is money I'm willing to lose.
Ross, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. For more insights with Ross Mack, you can check out the Financial Freestyle podcast. New episode airs every Monday, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, is inflation weighing on holiday jewelry shopping? We've seen consumers pull back on discretionary spending this year amid high prices. October's retail sales report showed spending on clothing and accessories down 0.2%. Now, in terms of pricing, the latest CPI report shows jewelry prices, they were up 2.5% compared to last year. Here with insight into the latest spending trends is Tom Nolan. He is the CEO of Kendra Scott. Great to have you on the program here with us. Just first and foremost, let's start right there. What are you seeing in terms of the mindset of the consumer playing out within the jewelry landscape right now?
Hey, Brad, thanks for having me. Yeah, look, I think that the mindset of all of us, myself included, is inflation definitely took a toll on people. I think people are being more careful and thoughtful about the dollars that they spend. But we've done a remarkable job as a brand with making sure the customer's our boss and creating a connection with them so that they're coming to us. We've seen a significant spike in business as a result of that.
And so, with that in mind, what's that meant for how you are putting price into the market right now?
We have a high value proposition. We always have. I think one of the core tenets of our business is a high value proposition. So whether we raise prices or not, we want to make sure that we have an affordable price point for customers. And I think one of the things we think a lot about, Brad, is the fact that 82% of the U.S. population makes less than $100,000 a year. 87% of the global population is in that boat. So we want to make sure we have something for everybody. And it's one of the reasons that we've had 42 over the last 46 months of almost double-digit growth as a brand.
Really interesting. And so within that growth, where are the biggest opportunities for Kendra Scott to really lean in further, knowing where the newer consumers and especially younger consumers are gravitating towards some products that are available through your company and the competitive landscape as well?
Yeah, look, we want to talk to everybody. We have one of the unique things about our business, Brad, is the fact that my 16-year-old daughter loves the brand as much as my wife and my mom, right? So you've got a lot of diversity from an age perspective. So we want to make sure that we're constantly talking to each one of those constituents in a relevant way. And we've got 149 retail stores now today, and that is kind of the tip of the spear for us from an events and an experience perspective. We'll do almost 30,000 events this year in those 149 doors. So we want to feel like we're a sense of the center of every community we work with, whether you're 16 or 66 or 86 walking into the door. So we have something for everybody.
I see this featured on your site, and we know that this has had a lot of growth among younger consumers as well, is lab-grown diamonds. I wonder what you're anticipating within that realm of the business, even in your outlook for 2025.
Yeah, lab-grown diamonds are a core part of our business. So we launched fine jewelry several years ago. And from that value proposition that I spoke about a little bit earlier, Brad, I think it's important that, lab-grown from a sustainability perspective is important, but also it allows a customer to get a price point that's attainable and achievable without sacrificing on quality. So we see every one of our constituents leaning into that. And we've had a lot of success with it this year around the holidays specifically. I mean, we've seen almost a 30% increase year over year in business on top of a 30% increase last year on business. So, and that's in almost every one of our categories across almost every one of our channels. So lab-grown diamonds, it just goes to the point of the fact that we do have something for everybody. The brand's been around going on 23 years now. I think what Kendra stands for and the inspiration and aspiration that she is attracts people of all walks of life coming in around the holidays, but not just the holidays, all year as well.
You mentioned the stores and the footprint that you have as well. What do you anticipate needing to do in order to monitor where their foot traffic is still remaining strong and where you're seeing, especially on some of the malls and department store areas, where there might be a little bit of a pullback or at least a reprioritization of needing to go somewhere versus going online and making a purchase now, as digital certainly has really reformed how so many executives in your position are thinking about that touch point?
Well, look, McKinsey came out in their 25 State of the Fashion report, and they said 75% of shoppers are more likely to spend more after receiving high quality experience and service. And we've centered in on that from the very beginning. So we plan to open north of 20 stores a year for the next couple of years. We've got lots of white space out ahead of us. And if we make a connection, we create a great experience with our customers, we're going to see that happen. And one of the things that we've done as a result, we've never waited for organic traffic to happen. We've kind of gone out into our communities and through events and through philanthropy, pulled customers into our stores. So we've seen 17% increase this year just in retail traffic alone. And I think while the industry's in that ballpark of low single digits, we're high to medium double digits. And I think it's because of the way that we connect with our local communities, and we're not just resting on the laurels of hopefully customers will come in, because we're out of control of that, right? So we have seen a huge increase this year across outdoor malls, standalone stores, and also indoor malls. In fact, our number one performing store this year was in the South Park Mall. For Yellow Friday, we call Black Friday Yellow Friday here because yellow's our color, but it was in the Charlotte Indoor Mall in South Park. So we continue to be an outlier, and I think it's because the customer's our boss. We treat them the right way, and we offer a high value proposition, quality product.
Tom, just lastly, while we have you here, I mean, you've had leadership positions either on the corporate side or on the board side for companies, and ranging, and our viewers are seeing a few of those. You were previously at Ralph Lauren, you were previously at Condé Nast. What has this pivot been like for you being at Kendra Scott? Do you consider a pivot at all? And what lessons would you give to others who are trying to orchestrate and make sure that their skills are transferable across so many different types of entities and businesses that they would want to work with?
Yeah, thanks, Brett. I've had a unique career. A lot of it's been on purpose, and this pivot has been amazing. It's been almost 10 years now that I've been on the board and also in an operating role here. But I'm a servant leader. I try to ask a lot of questions. I come with it from a place of curiosity, and I like being a teacher and a coach. And I think that served me well, not just here at KS, but it's served me well throughout my career. Humility is really important. I kind of came from nothing in my life. I'm the first person to graduate high school in my family. So I think that approach, and then hard work and perseverance and problem solving, and not acting like a know-it-all in the room. I don't think people really like that. I certainly didn't. So I've taken that approach. It served me well at Kendra Scott. We have an amazing army, filled with 95% female, almost 3,000 employees today. And watching this business grow over the last decade has just been remarkable. And it's been my honor to serve here. And in all the companies I work on serve on the board of or I've worked at in the past. But I think it's just a consistency, treating people the right way, asking questions, hard work. It's kind of basic tenets for success in any walk of life, for sure.
Tom, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today, and some of those leadership lessons as well here. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brad.
Let's take a quick look at the markets here as we are just over 2 hours into trade here on the day, and we're taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average first. It's flat, but to the downside. But over the course of the month, let's bring that up here as we're taking a look at, we'll just take a look at the past 30 days here. And over the course of that 30-day period, we're down by about 0.1%. We'll continue to watch to see how the rest of this trading session plays out. Over the past month, 30 days for the NASDAQ Composite, you're seeing that up by about 3.3%. 0.2%. Here today, down by about 0.2%. S&P 500 also down right now by about 0.1%. Just briefly, I'll take a look at the 11 S&P 500 sectors. We've got them loaded up here for you on the screen. Right now, pulling up the caboose, you've got communication services down by 0.9%. Utilities leading the way. That's up by about 0.3%. We've got much more on wealth after the break. You're watching Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is reportedly in the hospital. A statement from Pelosi's spokesperson says she sustained an injury while traveling with a congressional delegation to Luxembourg, marking the 80th anniversary of the World War II Battle of the Bulge. The statement says Pelosi is continuing to work and regrets that she won't be able to attend the rest of her engagements. There's no word on how she was injured. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi is 84 years old. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's latest round of Middle East shuttle diplomacy now has him in Iraq. He arrived this morning on an unannounced visit from Turkey, where he's been working to coordinate a response to the Assad regime's collapse in Syria.
It's very significant that Iraq, along with many other countries in the region and beyond, will make best efforts to support the Syrian people as they emerge from the Assad years.
Secretary Blinken says both the U.S. and Iraq are determined not to let Islamic State reemerge in Syria. President Biden is taking part in a virtual Group of 7 meeting on Syria and Ukraine. Overnight, Russia carried out one of the biggest assaults on western Ukraine's power infrastructure since the war began. Ukraine says it involved nearly 200 drones and nearly 90 missiles. Russia says it was a response to Ukraine firing long-range U.S. missiles at one of its airfields. On Wall Street, the Nasdaq is on track for a record to end the week, led by Broadcom. The main chip supplier for Apple is trading at $1 trillion market value for the first time after stoking AI excitement with its latest earnings. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
So the 3 hyperscalers, which are their customers, Google, Meta, and I think it's ByteDance as the third one, their addressable market is 15 to 20 billion. They said that addressable market is going to expand to 60 to 90 billion just from these hyperscalers. That's huge.
Mandeep Singh with Bloomberg Intelligence. Right now, Broadcom shares are huge as well. They are surging by 20%. Another big tech name may be looking to make nice with President-elect Donald Trump. Fox News Digital is reporting OpenAI CEO Sam Altman plans to make a personal $1 million donation to the Trump inaugural fund. And he's not the first one, as we hear from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horton.
Meta, Amazon, GM's Mary Barra talking to Axios saying there's a lot of synergies between us and the Trump administration. We can work with them. This was someone who worked very closely with the Biden administration. I think a lot of these CEOs have seen how powerful it is if you were in a place like Elon Musk and that bet Musk made on Trump, and now his proximity to power.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horder and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos plans to meet with President-elect Trump next week. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is reportedly looking into shrinking, merging, or even eliminating some of Washington's top bank watchdogs. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump advisors have asked potential nominees to these agencies whether they could get rid of departments like the FDIC, which insures bank deposits. Any government closures would need congressional approval. Reuters is reporting that Trump's transition wants to scrap a crash reporting rule for autonomous vehicles. That would benefit Elon Musk's Tesla the most. It reported more than 1,500 crashes under this order. Right now, Tesla shares are adding to their record, up more than 1%. As for the broader market, it's taking a bit of a turn ahead of next week's Fed decision. A Bloomberg survey of economists shows most of them expect an interest rate cut next week, followed by a slowdown to 3 cuts next year. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley says the central bank won't ignore Donald Trump.
They have to assume it when it's big, when it's likely, when it's sort of clear what it's going to be, and when it's priced into financial markets. And I think that's true for the extension of the tax cuts. It's not true for tariffs or immigration policy because it's very uncertain about what those policies actually will be at this point.
Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley writes a lot more about this in his latest Bloomberg Opinion column. You can find it at bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal. We're keeping an eye on shares of Novo Nordisk. They are down 4% after the drug maker's blockbuster Ozempic weight loss shot was linked to a rare form of vision loss. This backs up earlier research from Harvard into a condition known as NION. Right now, stocks are trading mixed. The S&P 500 is down 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, little change. The NASDAQ Composite is down 0.3%, but the narrower NASDAQ 100 is higher by 0.3%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
The forces shaping markets and the economy are often hiding behind a blur of numbers.
So that's why we created The Big Take from Bloomberg Podcasts, to give you the context you need to make sense of it all.
Every day, in just 15 minutes, we dive into one global business story that matters.
You'll hear from Bloomberg journalists like Matt Levine.
A lot of this meme stock stuff is, I think, embarrassing to the SEC.
Follow The Big Take podcast on the iHeart Radio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen.
So I know Ben usually has note cards, but I came with supersized Post-its. Okay. So here's the key word: tariffs.
That's budget friendly.
Which I know you've been talking about, but we got this, and that is the message. I've been talking to a lot of logistics companies this week. Yes, this ongoing conversation about what President Trump's or President-elect Trump's potential tariffs on Chinese imports coming in from Mexico and Canada, all imports, what all of that means. And there's been a number of headlines that some would argue have kind of added to, or at least been a little more alarmist, I would say, saying everybody is stockpiling. There's a surge at the ports. But the logistics companies I've been speaking to say there's a bit of dusting off of the 2018 playbook. In other words, people are a little more calm this time around because they've been here before with President Trump's initial tariffs, the China-U.S. trade war back in 2018. Rick, I know you've been looking at this too, but here's what's kind of interesting to me as I sort of been talking to these companies about how they're prepping for any potential tax on imports coming in. And that is to see how much the supply chain globally has shifted since 2018. Remember, at that time, it was all about imports coming in from China. Yes, they were a little more targeted, but that led to a lot of companies reassessing where their supply chains are. And then you had COVID, which only accelerated that move away or diversification away from China. And here's a number that kind of stood out to me as I was reporting this out. Goldman Sachs put out some data on where U.S.-China trade stands today. China's share of U.S. imports amounts to a 20-year low today of 13.5%, down from 20% in 2017. So does that mean that there won't be a significant impact? Absolutely not. There are companies that are very, very concerned about the potential for these tariffs. But there's also this realization of they kind of have an idea of how things played out last time, and they're sort of banking on that being the case this time around.
Well, let's remind people how things played out last time.
And to your point, in many makers are
When you want it with Bloomberg News Now, I'm Scott Carr. Former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi was injured this morning while traveling with a bipartisan congressional delegation in Luxembourg to mark the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge. A spokesperson says in a statement Pelosi was admitted to a local hospital for evaluation, but does not specify the nature or extent of her injuries. They say she continues to work and regrets she was unable to attend the remainder of the engagements to honor those who fought in the battle. She'll now head back to the U.S. Microchip supplier for Apple and other big tech companies, Broadcom, has seen its market valuation surge to $1 trillion for the first time after predicting a boom in demand for its AI chips. Shares in Broadcom jumped 21% after the earnings report, its biggest share price rally since March of 2020. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel's been covering.
This is the main chip supplier for Apple. Broadcom predicts a bullish 65% increase in sales of AI products over the next quarter and reported that AI revenue grew 220% compared to the year prior. The CEO also said that the company won 2 major new hyperscaler customers. Like NVIDIA, Broadcom seems to be positioning itself well to be a major beneficiary of the AI spending frenzy. It looks like the market agrees. Shares of Broadcom up 15%.
There's Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. The Broadcom surge has helped power the NASDAQ 100 to a more than 1% advance after reaching a new all-time high for the second time this week. The tech-heavy gauge, the only major U.S. index in the green, though. The broader NASDAQ gauge is lower by around 0.2. The S&P 500 lower by around 0.1%, and the Dow's close to flat, slightly negative. Shares in Novo Nordisk are lower by around 2% after medical reports today link the healthcare company's blockbuster diabetes drug Ozempic to an increased risk of a rare form of vision loss. Diabetes patients who used Ozempic were more than twice as likely to be diagnosed with the rare condition than those who took another type of diabetes drug. That from researchers who studied years of patient records from Denmark and Norway. The study was not able to determine whether there was a similar impact among those taking Ozempic's sister drug Wegovy for obesity. The study backs up Harvard University research published earlier this year. French President Emmanuel Macron has named a long-standing centrist ally, François Bayrou, to be the country's next prime minister. Bayrou leads the centrist Democratic Movement Party known as MoDem. He steps right into the breach after far-right leader Marine Le Pen allied with a left-wing coalition of lawmakers last week to oust Michel Barnier from the office, as Barnier tried to drive a stringent budget through Parliament. To avoid the same fate, Bayrou will have to quickly rewrite fiscal plans with some concessions. Bloomberg Daybreak Europe anchor Stephen Carroll reports the appointment comes after negotiations that left out both France's far-right and far-left parties.
Will it be enough for them to try and vote in favour of a budget that's now going to have to be proposed and constructed by François Bayrou? That is the key next question we'll have to ask. In advance of this, the centre-left Socialist Party had said that in fact they wouldn't support a government that wasn't led by someone from the left. Were they swayed in the final hours of negotiations?
That's Bloomberg's Stephen Carroll reporting from London. Investors are watching closely after months of political upheaval in France and uncertainty, sparking temporary sell-offs of French assets. Observers expect when the Fed makes its final policy decision of the year next week, Chair Jerome Powell may get some questions about his relationship with the incoming president. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley tells us it'll be hard for central bank policymakers to ignore the policies of the incoming Trump administration.
I think they're going to assume that the 2017 tax cuts do get extended. So I think what Powell said at the last press conference, we don't guess, speculate, assume, is actually contradicted by what they actually did in December 2016, when they did include the fiscal policy stimulus that they thought was going to be enacted by the first Trump administration. That was in the forecast.
There's former New York Fed President Bill Dudley speaking with Bloomberg. He writes a lot more about this in his latest Bloomberg Opinion column. You can find that at Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr, and this is Bloomberg.
Really have anything discretionary, roads and bridges and stuff like that. It's healthcare, Medicare, and to some extent, it's Social Security. It's reforms in those programs. So why don't you just outline the nature of the types of reforms we would actually need in order to reach some of these targets?
Sure. So certainly we're going to have some tax changes up front, but some of that is actually lowering the marginal tax rates to promote growth, but at the same time expanding the tax base, so getting rid of a lot of reductions and deductions and adjustments, including the ability to adjust your income for health care that you get through the employer, a lot of these various deductions. And so it's a very broad base that becomes taxed, but at a lower rate. In the case of spending programs, it's the main changes would be allowing the normal retirement age to keep pace with longevity in the population over time. Age 70 may sound like a lot, but it's not going to sound like a lot several decades from now as a normal retirement age. And the thing to keep in mind here is that even though people who may say, well, these are technically cuts and so forth, well, that's only relative to not making these adjustments, and we're dramatically paying down debt. Actually, this set of policies would guarantee that people in retirement stay out of poverty, which is actually not guaranteed in the current law. And furthermore, in healthcare, it actually would close the gap of the uninsured. There's about 10% of the population is currently uninsured in healthcare. We're projecting that's going to grow to 20% over the next several decades. This will actually reduce the uninsured rate to less than 1%. And so, and that's without socialized medicine or anything like that. So it really is about, in fact, healthcare premiums will go down by about 27% under these projections. And so I think it is one of those, it's basically dealing with the big point that you can do serious debt reduction without collapsing the economy. In fact, just the opposite. We grow GDP by over 20% over time, and you can actually help low-income people instead of harming them in the process.
All right, so here's an interesting takeaway here. And sort of in your conclusion, you say the largest revenue raiser in your plan is a comprehensive immigration reform which doubles the number of illegal immigrants who will be subject to taxation. And also you say that for this to work, any immigrants coming into the country would have to purchase health insurance without a government subsidy. What's going on there?
Yeah, definitely not doubling illegal immigrants. It's actually just doubling over time. Legal immigrants is about 800,000 net new immigrants per year. It's a pretty small number. That has not actually been adjusted over a pretty long time. So this would just get us back to the rates that we would have been had we grown that immigration rate with the rest of the size of the population. But what's changed the last few years is that the U.S. population is no longer replacing itself. It's declining over time without immigration. So immigration plays a couple key roles. One is that it's really going to have the younger people play a role in helping support some of these programs like Social Security and Medicare and so forth. But the second one is that a lot of people object to, like, even keep in mind, legal immigration is much smaller than the undocumented things that we're talking that often make the news of 11 million undocumented workers. But what often gets criticized, even with legal immigration, is, hey, these guys just come in and they just suck off the healthcare system. And what we're basically saying here is that you can have a price of entry, and the price of entry is that when you come in, you have to buy healthcare, and that, in fact, means that you can't use the Medicaid system or any type of government support program, or your employer has to document that they bought healthcare. And so what this does is that it actually dramatically improves the risk pool, because you have younger, healthier people. They help bring down premiums, including for native-born workers. So it's not that the immigrants are now costing the healthcare system money. They're actually doing just the opposite. They're actually bringing down healthcare costs for non-immigrant population as well.
Elon Musk is obviously a celebrity in his own right. He's not the first one to try this. There are other administrations that have tried to go in and slash the spending there. Why is it so difficult?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean,
what are the challenges as you try to crunch the numbers to get to the place that the budget needs to be?
Yeah, and some people have corrected this and say, oh, it's just a big changes and so forth. It's unrealistic that we'll get this done. My response to that is our current path is what's unrealistic because it's simply not sustainable. And capital markets are being a little patient right now, assuming Congress will get its act together, but it's going to require big changes. And so we're just in a dire situation right now on the current path. We don't have a long time before fixed income markets, bond markets, are going to realize that mortgage rates of 7%, it's actually too low. And so if we want to get borrowing rates down and so forth, the government needs to get its act together. And so this is, we have done big stuff in the past. It's just been a long time. The 1986 Tax Reform Act, both sides, Democrats, Republicans, acted like adults. They jumped off the bridge together and got it done. This is kind of like 1986 times 2. I mean, it's a much bigger shortfalls and problems that we face. And so we need real grown-ups to be able to do this. And people say, well, the political climate's not there. Well, we're showing you what needs to be fundamentally done. It doesn't have to be exactly this plan, but this is a response to many policymakers asking us, is it possible to actually cut debt while actually growing the economy? And the answer is yes. And in fact, also lift up low-income people in the process.
Ken, one last question, short amount of time here. You mentioned interest rates just a moment ago. Do you think interest rates are going to be the thing that is going to be the thing that somehow forces action here? And like, how high do interest rates have to go?
Yeah, that is going to be the forcing mechanisms. If the adults in the room don't act like adults, then the capital markets are going to discipline them, and that's going to be through interest rates. And so what we're suggesting right now is that I could imagine mortgage rates go down a little bit in the next year or two. We're definitely not going back from 7 to 3%. At the same time, 7% would cause some pain. 9% double digit, I think that is where maybe interest rates have to go before politicians do respond, but it is going to be very challenging on younger people trying to buy a house going forward if these interest rates don't come down. And if they don't do anything, we're projecting that interest rates literally have to go above 15% within a decade if we just keep on this current path. And so that is what it's a serious challenge.
15% interest rates will get everybody's attention.
That's right.
Ken, I was just going to say, I applaud you for doing the hard work. I cannot imagine the data that you had to go through to crunch all this, but thank you so much for joining us today. Ken Smetter is faculty director over at Penn Wharton Budget Model.
Thank you, Ken.
That's all for this episode of Capital Gains. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, Rick, as always. Thank you for joining us. Make sure to like and subscribe to Capital Gains wherever you get your podcasts. Until then, we'll see you next time on Yahoo Finance.
Google hit a major milestone this week with the announcement of its breakthrough quantum computing chip called Willow. Google says Willow can solve a computing challenge in less than 5 minutes. Let's put that into context for you. That same challenge would take one of the world's fastest supercomputers 10 septillion years to complete, and that, by the way, is longer than the entire universe has even existed. The crazy fast capabilities of quantum computing will be indispensable for training AI models, collecting data, and modeling systems. That's according to Google Quantum AI's founder. He hopes it will enable breakthroughs in medicine, batteries, and energy alternatives.
And Wall Street is starting to catch on. You've got shares of Alphabet surging more than 12% since Willow's announcement. And they're far from the only Mag 7 name that's interested in this new technology. Microsoft, Nvidia, and Amazon have all made headlines recently with their investments in quantum computing. All that attention has been huge for quantum stocks. In less than 2 months, 4 names in the quantum computing space, you got IonQ, Quantum Computing, D-Wave Systems, and Rigetti Computing, have all seen their combined market caps surge 171%. Now, for context, the combined market cap of the Mag 7 names grew just 14% during that same time period.
Though more broadly, quantum stocks, they've been under a bit of pressure. Currently, none of them operate at a profit. Both D-Wave and Rigetti have faced stock delisting multiple times due to low share performance, and the runway for mainstream adoption of quantum is a long one. Still, according to a recent study at McKinsey, 72% of experts in the quantum computing space still expect to see a reliable quantum computer by 2035.
All right, welcome to Warrior Money, the show devoted to supporting our brother and sister veterans in business. I'm Patrick Murphy here with Dan Coons, and today's guest, retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and Special Agent. Now he's an investor, an entrepreneur, a financial coach, and he's so much more. He currently serves as the managing partner at the real estate of Quadro Capital. Please welcome Maurice Philogene. Maurice, welcome to
Thank you.
Warrior Money.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
All right, man. We right from the jump with all our guests, we go bluff, bottom line up front.
Yep.
What is the one thing you suggest for transitioning veterans to find their purpose in their next life, their next career?
Yeah, I would say you have to find what it is that you are going to serve. Everything from being in the military, like you just articulated, to me being a police officer in a different career, if you will. It's all I knew. And when I left, I struggled because when you are part of such a large community, a part of a team, let's say a football team, right? You have 10 or 11 women and men looking back at you in the huddle. You want to be part of something bigger than yourself. You get out of the service, you lose that. And you lose the identity. I'll never forget, I was sitting in my car, October 6, 2019, 5 p.m. hit, and I just lost it emotionally because I was like, what am I going to do now? What's my identity going to be and what have you? So it's important to find what it is you're going to serve or whatever that community is going to be.
Yeah, and find that purpose.
Yeah.
It's always helps when you go back to a tribe and join another team or figure out the next step. I know Dan loves this. You gotta tell us about the 5 freedoms. Our listeners want to know.
All right. So you guys were talking in the beginning that I coach in lifestyle design. I also coach in wealth attainment and for financial freedom. But I have learned over my lifetime to focus on 5 freedoms, and that's how I have created what I call a lifestyle I don't need a vacation from. So there's 5 freedoms. There's time freedom, financial freedom, geographic or location freedom, which is not necessarily about traveling the world. It's more to be mobile, so you have the opportunity to go do things like me taking a train up to New York today, right? So that's geographic freedom. Freedom to execute your purpose. We need mental and physical space to do exactly what you were talking about, which is find some purpose-oriented thing to be involved in. And then the last one being freedom to build meaningful relationships. My man Dan right here is the reason why I'm able to give back to your community, to say a few things. But I, over the last 20 years, put a lot of effort and time into creating those 5 freedoms in my life.
Yeah, I'm always really curious, really interested, right? So like the military itself is not necessarily known as a freedom organization.
Yeah.
Law enforcement isn't really a freedom-based organization. So can you talk to me about the process that you went through from like establishing yourself as a young professional to the place you are now, where you're thinking about 5 freedoms and you're oriented that way when everything in your resume is like not that way.
Nah.
So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I think people have to learn how to leverage the 9 to 5, leverage the military, leverage your service organization to build the lifestyle that you want. So when I went into the service, I immediately started looking for things that would make me feel good. I didn't take a career track because I wanted to get to 06 or to 07 or something like that. I looked specifically for the thing that was going to make me happy on a day-to-day basis. All joking aside, I watched Jason Bourne.
There you go.
Right, I watched my man Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
And I said to myself when I watched the first one, this is in 2000. I watched the first one. I was like, how do I become a special agent who works on the Mediterranean? I can do that in the Air Force. We have an organization called Air Force Office of Special Investigations. You're federal agents, just like the FBI. It's like, man, I would be proud and happy and have fun going to work every day. You can find freedom in what you do if you don't just default to doing that journey the way other people are telling you to do it. So I found the thing that would make me happy, and you start to create this level of freedom inside your own organization.
I love that, and it's kind of counterintuitive to the structure of the organization.
Yeah,
but very intuitive, the idea that these places are massive organizations. You can find a home doing anything you want to go do.
Yep, for sure.
So now you're in real estate. You're a producer, you're a podcast, you're a life coach. Like, talk to me a little bit about how you got involved in real estate principally. Like, how is that enabling you to do the freedom that you're looking at now?
Yeah, so there was 2 critical events in my life. One was that my father was smart enough to send me to France to travel for 30 days when I was 15 years old. So I was an inner city kid from Boston, Massachusetts. Learned that life was so much more than just running the streets. That was the first thing. So it made me very curious about the world. The second pivotal event in my life was when I was 21. I found the book Personal Finance for Dummies. Okay. It had a phrase in there called passive income, and something clicked. And passive income to me was a way to generate money without physically having to be somewhere. So what clicked in my mind was, if I can generate passive income, then I can go back to when I was 15, because I could have all these experiences around the world and not physically have to be somewhere. Enter real estate. That's where real estate came from. So from age 25 all the way till now. I started investing, well, from 25 to 38, I was investing in single family homes. I was taking my 9-to-5 paycheck and I was systematically buying homes and paying them down over time because I got advice from an amazing real estate agent who said, I know we get pensions in the military, but she said, Maurice, if you buy 12 single family homes and you pay them off, you're creating a pension for yourself. And it stuck with me. It stuck with me. So by the time I was 38 years old, I had bought 35 homes, sold some of them that appreciated, paid off 8. I found myself with 18 paid off homes in 2014, generating 13 grand a month. I bought my freedom. I earned my freedom, I should say. And what ends up happening when you have enough money to cover your basic needs without going to work, you start to realize that life was never about money in the first place. Relationships, experiences, culture, building businesses, having fun, coming up to New York if someone asks you to, so you can expand who you are as a person. So it was those two pivotal events that kind of opened my eyes to, yes, you can be in the military. Yes, you can be a police officer. And I was also in corporate as well. But let's leverage financial tools like real estate to build a lifestyle such that you can be more expansive in other areas of your life too.
Tell us about Quattro Capital.
Yeah.
You're the managing partner there. Tell us about how you got involved.
Yeah. Quattro's a great story. So we are a private equity investment firm, primarily syndicator. So we're buying apartment complexes, raising investor funds with amazing people like yourselves. There'll be limited partners. We'll be the general partners. We'll own and operate the apartment complex, improve it. People don't realize that an apartment complex needs to be renovated every 6, 7, 8 years. Otherwise, you still have green linoleum from the 80s in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can buy it with a good basis, improve it, get the net operating income up, and then proportional to that increase in value, we can sell it and everyone generates a profit. But when I went on that single family journey, this goes back to what any military member or any professional should think about. I went on that single family journey, earned my financial freedom with single family real estate, but I had stopped growing. I was pressing repeat. You can press repeat in the entrepreneurial space too. So I sought out the next thing to do, and I just naturally landed in multifamily. My now business partner, Aaron Hudson, asked me one day, hey, Maurice, I've got these other folks. Do you want to buy an apartment complex together? I didn't want to do it because I was so good at the single family, but I realized I needed to expand and shift, which is what military members need to do coming out. So we bought an apartment complex, and since then we've done 31 or 32 more. And it was not about money for me because I had already earned my basic financial freedom. It was, how do I help other people do it faster?
Yeah.
And that's where Quattro Capital came from. We help people do that.
How about to the veterans out there, right? Whether they're transitioning or they're still on active service, how could they leverage, say, things like the GI Bill or the VA home loan?
In so many ways, because I've done it. I've done it myself. So GI Bill paid for my, I had an ROTC scholarship in college, University of Virginia, but I used GI Bill to get my graduate degree. I used GI Bill to pay for my first son's college education, right? And he graduated from Lesley University in Boston. I still have benefit for my now 11-year-old, all from the GI Bill, and actually one other program, but mainly from the GI Bill. So leverage it to get your education. And by the way, the GI Bill also paid for me to go to police academy.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? So when I wanted to be a street cop on the side, I used the GI Bill to go to academy because it's an institution that fell under their criteria. And then, of course, with the VA loan, no money down, buy your residence. You can even think about it from an investment perspective. Just buy it at the point where if you are thinking about renting it in the future, just keep the mortgage at a level where the rent will cover. So I used it kind of as a flipping mechanism. Okay, I'm going to live in this for 3, 4, 5 years. I'll refinance it, put a renter in. I know that's an asset for the future. I'm going to go get another single family home with another VA benefit loan and press repeat. But nowadays I don't need to, but press repeat. But if you serve, you have all these tools and resources you can use. People just have to find them and use them to their advantage.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
What was the journey like for you? So I admire all the different steps here, and it's really easy. Like when you've been in the military and then you've worked at, I know you worked at Accenture Federal for a while. It's really easy to get locked into the culture of those organizations.
Oh yeah.
And it's really easy to start to like drift towards, hey, like socially acceptable behavior is
Yes.
I want to get promoted to be the managing partner or the managing director or name the title of the organization.
Yeah.
And there's another